student athletes, coaches, and spectators. We request your cooperation by supporting the participants and officials in a positive manner. Profanity, racial, or sexist comments, or other intimidating actions directed at officials, student athletes, coaches, or team representatives will not be tolerated and are bound to removal from the competition site. Consumption or possession of alcoholic beverages, as well as use of tobacco products or marijuana products, is also prohibited within the sporting venue. We thank you for your cooperation. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Lacey, Washington, and St. Martin's University campus and Sage Field for today's Great Northwest Athletic Conference doubleheader between the visiting Wolves of Western Oregon University and your St. Martin University Saints. Let's meet the starters for both teams. First for the visiting Wolves, as announced by head coach Colin Walker. Leading off the church side, number 18, Zane Garvey. Batting second, center fielder, number 9, Owen Bischoff. Batting third, the catcher, number 5, Colin Kerwin. Batting fourth, the third baseman, number 21, John Olson. Batting fifth, the first baseman, number 32, Kyle Fuller. Batting sixth, designated hitter, number 3, Evan Tenorio. Batting seventh, the left fielder, number 23, Trey Nelson. Batting eighth, the right fielder, number 13, Ruben Cedillo. Batting ninth, the second baseman, number 7, Dylan Chapman. Hitting 9 for the Wolves in game 1 is number 11, Devin Bell. And now let's meet the stars for you, St. Martin University Saints. Leading off the center field, number 51, Hunter Sasaki. Batting second, the left fielder, number 3, Bo. Batting third, the right fielder, number 6,
And you've got some new hardware. You've got new hardware going on.
batting fourth, the first baseman, number 17,
Really cool story.
batting fifth, the designated hitter, number 7, Nick Oliver. Batting sixth, the third baseman, number 13, Kyle Shannon. Batting seventh, the catcher, number 16, AJ Williams.
Good morning and welcome to St. Martin's University for another edition of St. Martin's Softball, St. Martin's Baseball on the Saints Digital Network. Danny Bach alongside Matthew King. Pleasure to join you this still morning. And Matthew, we look at a game like this one, Western Oregon, with the mindset of looking to work their way into the GNAC playoffs. St. Martin's looking to finish off the season well. Matthew, what are you looking for out of this game between these two teams?
Well, I'm interested to see what St. Martin's looks coming out of the gate. Are they looking to play a little bit of spoiler here for Western Oregon? A couple weeks ago, it didn't look like this series would have playoff implications. Then the Wolves went out and won a series, took 3 out of 4 against Billings. So all of a sudden, this series kind of has the spotlight. The Saints a little something to play for, though. They can play to end the season on a high note. Of course, their last games on these fields, so Senior Day coming up tomorrow. So it's going to be really interesting to see how the Saints come out of the gate, if they are really motivated to take that playoff opportunity away from the Wolves.
And Western Oregon in a battle against Central Washington for the final GNAC playoff spot. Central, a record of 13-15, 2 games ahead of Western Oregon. Well, 3 games, rather, because they have the head-to-head tiebreaker over Western Oregon, as we'll keep you up to date over the course of the day, especially with Central Washington and Montana State Billings going at it. Of course, it was MSUB and Western Oregon last week, and it was the Wolves that won 3 out of 4. How big was it to come away with 3 games for Western Oregon last week?
Oh, it was massive. If you don't take 3 out of 4, I mean, you're virtually done if you're the Wolves. So for them to go out and knock off a team up ahead of them in the standings, that was huge. And it's, again, a momentum builder. But you got to think the Wolves probably have to win all 4 here if they want to make that run into the playoffs.
Want to do that at the bare minimum, you would figure. So we start the game, second start of the season for Waidishi to begin this afternoon here in Lacey, and it begins with ground ball, quickly snared for the out of Zane Garvey. That begins the contest. And how nice is it to begin a game when you're having your second start of the year to already come up with the first out after 1 pitch?
Yeah, Staskow out there making that play, and that's been a little bit of an issue for the Saints this season, the errors. So 1 pitch, 1 out, and everything looked clean out there. It's a beautiful start for the Saints.
Adding second, Owen Bischoff for Western Oregon. Batting .317 this season for Western Oregon. First pitch strike dealt from Waidishi.
You also got to like Ishii being aggressive in the zone. Walks have also been a problem for the Saints. So attack that strike zone, let your defense do the work.
700 ERA for Ishii this season. Count goes to 0-2. So the 0-2 delivery to Owen Bischoff. Again, batting .317 this season. And he strikes out. Good start for Waidishi with a first strikeout of the day, which brings on Colin Irwin.
You know, Danny, something I've noticed, a trend in baseball is having the catchers try and get that at bat as early as possible, first or second inning. Let them go up there and kind of feel out the umpire's strike zone a little bit so they know where the umpire maybe favors a little bit, maybe where you're not getting a call on the outside corner or so. So I really like how the coaches have taken a note of that and really sent their catchers up early.
And Colin Irwin batting .313 on this season. Part of 4 different Wolves in the 40 hit category. 1-0 count. Delivery from Ishii outside for ball 2.
Really no wind here today either, so those fly balls are going to go where they're going to go. The wind not going to play with it at all.
See where Ishii paints here. In the air, deep to center. Sasaki is out there to make the catch, and that retires the side. 1, 2, 3, they go. Saints to bat next after this. Welcome back to Lacey. Saints about to bat for the first time. What a sunny day it is, and for St. Martin's, a team that is predicated on their offense. Team that has recorded this season 378 hits. That topples them over Western Oregon as far as season standings are concerned in that regard. Hunter Sasaki leads off to start the game for St. Martin's. What better way to set the tone than having leadoff batter? Best stats this season for the Saints. First delivery, starting pitcher for Western Oregon, Devin Bell. And story on Bell this season, can't score a lot against Bell. He has been fantastic this year for Western Oregon. The 0-1 pitch to Sasaki. Low in the dirt, count 1-1. Sasaki on base percentage of .386 this season. A strike dealt by Devin Bell.
A good control of the strike zone for Sasaki this season. Tough guy to put away.
2.71 ERA for Devin Bell. Fouled back by Sasaki, and the count rides to 1 ball and 2 strikes. A lot that we're paying attention to this week. Close out regular season, the GNAC in the dirt from Bell. 2-2 the count.
Working hard back there. Colin Irwin, who we just mentioned, at the plate. He'll be the other half of the battery for the Wolves.
The 2-2 pitch. Sasaki, a ground ball. Tough run, juggled, and safely aboard. Hunter Sasaki, muffed by Chapman.
I think they're going to give him a hit. It would have been a tough play. Throwing across your body, you're not going to get too much on that. No, they're actually going to give him an error. So either way, St. Martin's will take the leadoff runner.
So after the error by Darren Chapman, brings on Isaac Hogue for St. Martin's. In the dirt on Hogue. Pitch from Devin Bell. Again with Sasaki on first after the error from Darren Chapman. Ladled bunt. And in time for the out.
Nice play by John Olson. That bunt was pretty firm. He still barehanded it. That's when we normally see a third baseman use that glove. He used the bare hand, plenty of time to get the out, but job well done for Hogue.
So to second goes Sasaki. Brings on Alex Hartnett. Talk about big-time hitting, and Hartnett plays that role for St. Martin's. Swing and a miss. First pitch from Devin Bell to him. Best on base percentage for St. Martin's this season at .399. Fouled back by Hartnett and out of play. Story on Hartnett this past road trip to Northwest Nazarene, looking for his first hit. After recording a hit in first game out in Nampa. It was a tough swing for the Saints. Had to come in on that Friday and play the conclusion of a game that was discontinued. What was a home game for the Saints, played in Ridgefield.
Been a tough stretch for Hartnett as of late as a whole. One for his last 21, but again, it's kind of like putting. You get one, and all of a sudden that confidence is back.
How's your golf game been?
Not good, Danny, not good.
Uh-oh. Here's the 1-2. Trapped in the dirt, alertly. Again, we talk about Colin Irwin playing the catching role. Have a familiarity with that strike zone. 2-2 count on the way. Devin Bell to Alex Hartnett. Swing and a miss. And a strikeout. So the first strikeout of the day for Devin Bell brings on Evan Nickel. Evan Nickel. Story on him this season. Big Philadelphia 76ers fan.
Ooh, that's no fun for anyone.
Yeah, tough season for the Sixers. First pitch ball dealt to Evan Nickel.
I was fortunate enough to see Nickel play a little bit in high school for Olympia, part of that dramatic state championship winning team when they knocked off Puyallup on a walk-off. You played a big part in that role, or in that team, in that quest to a state title.
The 1-0 pitch, throw to third, and Hunter Sasaki safely steals third.
Olsen wasn't covering third. That throw wasn't really close to the base, but luckily it was close to Olsen. Otherwise, it could have been a run for the Saints.
So Sasaki is on third. Opportunity awaits for Evan Nickel.
Good hitters count for Nickel, too. See if he gets a fastball. Just kind of pepper it to the outfield.
2-0. There was that fastball, and the throw gets away. Sasaki comes in to score, and the Saints lead 1-0. You mentioned it with the fastball coming in. Too much for Colin Irwin to handle. St. Martin's with the early lead.
There's a lot of space between the plate and backstop as well, so that's going to be something to keep your eye on. Quick runner can go first to third on a pass ball as well.
Pitch in for a strike for Bell, much needed. Considering the at-bat, 3-1 count. Upstairs, and Evan Nickel is aboard. 2-out walk for Nickel. That brings on Peter Hullabaugh. Hullabaugh on the season. .420 slugging percentage for the Saints. First pitch from Devin Bell is in for a strike.
Yeah, the .253 average as well. You look at it, and I mean, it's good, but then you see that slugging percentage to go along with it, and that just makes it look that much better. When he's putting the ball in play, he's doing some damage.
Deep and rather shallow. Catch is made for out number 3, and that retires aside. St. Martin's, however, is able to score off pass ball to bring in Hunter Sasaki. Saints lead it 1-0 after 1 inning of play. Start the second inning here from Lacey. Western Oregon, John Olson leads off. To start the second, Saints have a 1-0 lead.
Always nice to have that 1-0 lead before you even get your first hit. Small ball working for the Saints in that bottom half of the first.
First delivery in for a ball. 1-0 count for John Olson. Olson has been red hot as of late this season for Western Oregon. In day one of the doubleheader against Montana State Billings, 2 games, how about recording 6 hits over the course one day? 2-0 delivery, side 3-0 the count.
Hitting 500 in a 4-game series, pretty good. I think most hitters will go ahead and take that.
Yeah, you would probably take that, I would think. Here's the 3-0 hitters count for Olson. Across the plate and a strike. Much needed dealt by Waidishi. Three and 1 to John Olson. Olson cranks one into left, and this one settle along the back wall. And John Olson is aboard of a stand-up double.
That was a rope by Olson, pulling the hand inside of the baseball, getting the barrel to it, and then pulling that one on a line into left field. Good start to the second for Western Oregon.
That makes it 11 hits in the last 12 games for Olson. Brings on Tyler Moeller.
And a lefty at the plate. He's going to look to pull that ball, at least move that runner up to third.
Ishii on the delivery. Low and outside for ball 1.
Ishii having to work from behind to now 3 consecutive hitters. That first pitch, very important, sets the tone for the at-bat.
Key for Western Oregon with their first hit of the game from John Olson. Up high for a ball. Again, you talk about battling back in the count for Waidishi. Opportunity knocks for Tyler Moeller.
And once you're ahead 2-0, you can choose one pitch. You're looking for that fastball, see if you can do some damage to it. Anything else, you don't really have to think. You're not swinging at it.
Strike, much needed dealt from Ishii. 2-1 the count. St. Martin's softball also playing today. They're in the 6th inning. What is a 1-1 contest down in the outskirts of Nampa. Low, the pitch gets away. Safely to third with ease, John Olson. And the tying run 90 feet away.
That was a tough break there for A.J. Killian behind the plate. Did everything right, just a little bit too much spin on that ball. Kicks it far enough away for Olson to move up 90 feet.
So here's the 3-1 from Ishii. And a walk. Tyler Moeller is aboard. Runners on the corners, but nobody out for Western Oregon. Brings on Calvin Tenorio for Western Oregon.
Looks like corner's going to play in for the Saints. Maybe try and cut down that run. Middle infield, though, they're going to look to turn 2 on anything hit hard on the ground up the middle.
And with this, with nobody out, runners on either side. First pitch to Tenorio is dealt for ball 1. So Calvin Tenorio. Seeing wealth of action. Pickoff attempt of Moeller from Ishii. Count does remain 1-0.
Olson getting a good secondary over there at third. Anything in the dirt, he might try to score.
Pitched in for a strike. Good one from Ishii. to keep you up to date on scores, particularly in Billings. The pitch to Tenorio is dealt outside. 2 balls and 1 strike.
I just missed. Difference between 2 and 1 and 1 and 2 is massive, and you can look for the put-away pitch. Right now, Ishii really just trying to dial in that strike zone.
So here's the 2-1 for Tenorio. And outside, 3-1 the count. Western Oregon playing for their playoff lives. Another pickoff attempt on Tyler Moeller. Count remains 3-1. Here's the 3-1. Swinging strike. Part of Tenorio on the count, runs full.
See if they put Moeller in motion here just to throw that extra little wrinkle at the Saints. Do you go cover second? And of course, you got to anticipate any ball hit on the ground as well. Just try and cause some confusion.
So here's the payoff. Runner goes in the air. And caught by Miyazaki for out number 1.
Huge out as that one was shallow enough, no shot to try and score Olsen, and now you're a double play away from getting out of the inning unharmed.
Brings on Trey Nelson. It's the Western Oregon team that does have quite the pedigree in the direction of Kellen Walker. They are very used to winning. At least finishing in second in the conference in a line drive to center. This falls and scoring John Olsen. Trey Nelson with an RBI single for Western Oregon.
Nelson wasting no time jumping on the first pitch and tying this ball game up. And now the Wolves looking to take the lead.
Here comes Ruben Cedillo for Western Oregon. Cedillo had a hit in every game past series against Montana State Billings. The game going 2 for 4 against the Saints down in Monmouth. Cedillo on the ground, foul.
A lot of first pitch swinging from these Wolves as well. They're trying to be aggressive, hunt that fastball, and they know Ishii's right now just trying to dial in, find that zone, and they're going to try and capitalize on that.
Cedillo faces 0-1 on Ishii. Pickoff attempt at second, and safely there. With ease was Olsen.
Western Oregon dugout doing a great job of letting their base runner know, hey, you got to get back. As soon as they see that second baseman break, when they break like that, it's going to be a pickoff 9 times out of 10.
The 0-1 to Cedillo, trapped in the dirt. 1-1 the count. Wyatt Ishii, big fan of the Seattle Mariners.
I can relate.
Swing and a miss from Cedillo. 1-2 the count.
And that's what Ishii wants to do. He wants to be able to work ahead, use that off speed a little bit more, keep those hitters off balance like you just saw in that swing from Cedillo.
So here's the 1-2. Ishii delivers. On the bottom, below the zone. Count rides to 2-2. Runner on second in Tyler Moeller. with Nelson on first. So here's the 2-2. This is fair. Coming around is Tyler Moeller. He will score with ease. And a clutch double from Ruben Cedillo. So Tyler Moeller scores from second, which puts the runners at third and second, but what a big hit for Ruben Cedillo.
Yes, Cedillo, after having that string pulled on him a couple pitches ago, this time he's able to keep that one just fair down the left field line and smoked it hard enough. There's no shot for the third baseman to glove it. All of a sudden, the Wolves out in front and still threatening. The Saints not out of danger, even close yet.
So a mountain visit with Western Oregon with a 2-1 lead. It's mountain visit. What has to be going through the mind, the coaching staff at this point for St. Martin's, and how do you get out of this jam?
Well, the good thing is Ishii is throwing strikes. They're just hitting it. They're finding the holes. Right now it's just keep doing what you're doing. Throw strikes. Don't give up free bases. Haven't seen any errors from the Saints yet, so that's what you got to like to see. But just got to let your guy know, hey, keep doing your thing. Eventually you're going to get a break, especially against maybe the number 9 hitter.
That number 9 hitter, Darren Chapman. Look to ladle a bunt. Runners quickly trail back to their spots.
Trying to put down a little safety squeeze there.
So here's the 1-0. Ishii delivers. Much needed strike. Evens up the count at 1-1. Always important to develop experience for Ishii, only a freshman for St. Martin's. 1-1 pitch to Chapman. And he ladles a bunt, fouled. 1-2 the count. Chapman did have the error in the first inning.
Ishii a chance here for what would be a huge strikeout. Then your infield doesn't have to worry about choosing between allowing a run or getting the out. And you're just looking for that third out.
But first, the 1-2. Off speed. If they got away.
Beautiful stop by Killian. That just saved a run.
Was a heads-up play. Part of Killian. So here's the 2-2. Fouled back by Chapman. So the 2-2 on the way to Darren Chapman from Wyatt Ishii. Western Oregon has generated 3 hits so far in this inning. The 2-2 in the dirt. Again, a great play from A.J. Killian. Plenty of pressure on him in this juncture with 2 runners in scoring position for St. Martin's.
After only needing 7 pitches in the first inning, this inning a little bit more laboring for Ishii.
So here's the payoff. Foul tip. And Chapman stays alive.
Leadoff man on deck, so you really want to get this number 9 hitter. Don't want to walk him and load the bases for the top of that order.
So here's the payoff to Darren Chapman. Ground ball straight to Ishii, throw to home, and trapped is Nelson, who heads to third. He is out, and to second goes Chapman. That could not have gone any better for St. Martin's.
And that's perfectly executed as well by Killian. He saw both runners were going to be on third base. Then you just want to run them back because you're going to get out there anyway. You can't have two runners on a base, obviously. So did the smart thing, minimizes the risk of making that throw down there. And now 1 out away from getting out of the inning, but it's the top of the order, and Zane Garvey due up.
You talk about outstanding freshmen this season for the GNAC. Garvey is that for Western Oregon. No one has hit the ball better than him. 342 batting average. First pitch outside from Ishii.
Garvey already going to see more pitches than he saw in his first at-bat. Put the first pitch of the game in play on the ground out to second.
Garvey, a 4-game hit streak while coming against Montana State Billings. He faces the 1-out. Driven outside by Ishii.
I want you to look at how Garvey holds the bat, Danny. It's very weird. It's almost like he's going to try and pull it back and then use it almost like a whipping motion. Whip that bat through the zone.
Very unorthodox. Here is the 2-0, though. Delivery outside, and the count runs to 3-0, and hitter's count assuredly for Zane Garvey.
See if he's taken all the way or if he's got the green light here.
Three-0 pitch to Garvey. And wide left from Ishii, and the bases are loaded with 2 outs. Brings on Owen Bischoff. Struck out last time up for Western Oregon. Bischoff recorded 7 hits off 16 at-bats against Montana State Billings. Opportunity here with the bases loaded, and he fouls back the first pitch from Ishii.
Bischoff spent some time in Eastern Washington as a member of the Yaks of Yakima Valley.
Bischoff, part of a wealth of talent coming from Oregon. Native of the Port Angel. Faces the 0-1. Good pitch dealt by Ishii. Count brides to 0-2. Saints looking to limit the damage here. After relinquishing 2 runs, I hope the damage is limited there. Pop up. Infield charges in, and catch can't be made. In the end, it goes foul. Tough play for Evan Nickel, who's looking directly into the sun.
Yeah, Nickel had to come a long way. I thought that ball was going to drift a little bit farther out, but you could hear him communicate. He was telling Killian to take it. I think Killian was kind of waiting for Nickel to call him off, and luckily for the Saints, it goes foul, but extra life for Bischoff.
So again, the 0-2 for Bischoff. Swing and a miss. Much needed strikeout for Wyatt Ishii. Second strikeout of the game for him. 2 hits, or 3 hits, 2 runs, no errors. 3 left on base for Western Oregon. We head to the bottom of the second with the score. The Wolves 2, the Saints 1. Welcome back on the Saints Digital Network. Kyle Shabbat starts the bottom of the second for SMU. First pitch dealt for strike from Devin Bell. Western Oregon, trio of hits. Will take the lead with that top half. Shabbat quickly down 0-2. Pitch upstairs, 1-2 the count.
Yeah, Bell's going to look to go get a quick 1-2-3 inning, get those hot bats right back up. I'd like to see a little bit of patience from the Saints like we've seen already from Shabbat.
So here's the 1-2. Trapped in the dirt. 2 balls and 2 strikes for Devin Bell. Look at the story on Bell this season, 2.71 ERA. One of the finest pitchers in the conference, and he strikes out Shabbat. Brings on A.J. Killian. Score update from Nampa. St. Martin's softball has defeated Simon Fraser. They're moving on tomorrow to play semifinals. Ground ball from Killian. Throw to first in time for the out.
Strong arm by Garvey over there. That was not going to be an easy play. Good communication, though, between him and Olsen as well. You hear Garvey call him off, saying, get out of the way so I can make the play, and then shows off the arm.
Great play from the freshman. Brings on Zen Stasko. So quickly 2 outs. The part of Devin Bell. Stasko hoping to extend the inning. Pop up. Guess who is there to make the catch? Creeping in was Olsen, and that retires the side. No hits, no runs, no errors, none left on base for St. Martin's. We head to the 3rd inning with the score, Western Oregon 2, St. Martin's 1. Welcome back. We begin. Irwin, the catcher for Western Oregon. Flew out to center. His first at-bat. See what Western Oregon can do here with the 2-1 lead. 2-1 lead. Foul tip. That was a painful one off the shin guard. For strike 1.
That's always the worst. You fall behind 0-1, and, oh, yeah, then you have to shake off a foul ball right to your shin.
Double whammy. The count 0-1 for Irwin.
Who is rocking the stirrups, by the way, Danny? I have a reputation. I got to point that out when you see him. You don't see him too often anymore.
Often to be found.
They're a good look, don't you think?
Give face the 0-1. In the dirt from Ishii.
No batting gloves either for Irwin. He is an old school player.
Line drive, caught. Rylan Miyazaki is there for the Saints for the first out. Olsen games. He's been sizzling this season. Deep in the air to left center. And out there to make the... So the fly out to Hogue brings on Tyler Muller. Walked last time and did... for Western Oregon. Do want to thank the folks over at Woo TV down in Monmouth for the work they do, and a line drive out to center and caught by Sasaki. 5-pitch inning. That's all it took for Wyatt Ishii. That retires the side. We'll be back with Western Oregon up 2-1. Welcome back on the Saints Digital Network. Danny Bach, pleasure to be with you alongside Matthew King. Could not ask for a better day for Saints baseball. Final back-to-back doubleheader of the season to send off the 2-2. Up, fanning on a strike. Strikeout of Trey Nelson. Wyatt Ishii has recorded his third K of the day. Brings on Ruben Cedillo. How big was that out for Ishii?
Well, it's a nice little sequence of pitches there. You know, you couldn't get him to chase the 0-2, then you get the count back evened up, but he stuck with that off speed. He trusted his stuff and ended up getting the chase.
First pitch to Ruben Cedillo is dealt for ball 1.
Cedillo's RBI double the difference right now. He was out in front of a couple of off-speed pitches before he was just able to keep one fair. See how Ishii attacks him this time around.
The 1-0. Driven well, back near the wall and left, and caught by Hogue. And trailing back to first goes Tenorio.
That was a tough play for Hogue. He was going back, and you saw him take one last peek to see where the fence was, saw he had time, made the catch, still bumped in the fence a little bit, but great awareness out there in left field, and great job making that play for a long out number 2.
Talk about fielding for Western Oregon. No one has seen more activity so far today than of Darren Chapman. First pitch to him for a strike. Reminder again at first, Tenorio. So here's the 0-1 to Chapman. Skips away. Tenorio heads to second.
Right there, you're seeing how our catchers cannot be lackadaisical at all. There's so much space back there. You got to hustle. Otherwise, you could end up giving up 2 bases on a wild pitch or pass ball. But nice job there by Killian. Pops right up, tracks it down, and prevents Tenorio from moving up to third.
Plenty of activity for A.J. Killian. Here's the 1-1. Pitch heads in. 2 balls and 1 strike for Chapman. So, Montana State Billings and Central Washington taking place later on. First pitch scheduled for several minutes from now. Over at Deller Park, home the Jackets of Montana State Billings. The 2-2 pitch on the way to Chapman. Fouled out of play into the Western Oregon bullpen.
Just staying alive there was Chapman. Earning some extra pitches, making Ishii work a little bit more. See if you can force him to make a mistake and then drive in another run, or at least walk your way to first base and turn the lineup card over.
To the 2-2. Line drive, quickly played by Miyazaki for the out. That retires the side. Western Oregon with no runs off 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on base. We head to the bottom of the 4th with a score. Western Oregon 2, St. Martin's 1 on the Saints Digital Network. Welcome back to Lacey. Danny Bach alongside Matthew King on an excellent Thursday afternoon. Not a single cloud in the sky. Here from Lacey, Evan Nickel faces Devin Bell. Only the 2nd time today. First pitch sent in for a strike. Saints have 1 hit so far today. Pitch that heads low on the high school state champion, Evan Nickel.
Nickel walked his first time up. He's very patient at the plate. He's looking to do some damage, get a pitch to drive.
He'll have an opportunity here with the count 2-1.
Umpire is very vocal as well. He lets you know where the pitch missed.
How does that help you as a pitcher?
Well,
driven deep in the air to right center and unable to make the catch was Cedillo. And Evan Nickel is aboard with a stand-up double.
great effort from Cedillo, but right as we mentioned, Nickel, he's looking for a pitch to drive. Finds his way into scoring position. Just got that one out of the reach of Cedillo. Great start to the home half of the 4th for the Saints, trying to draw even.
And Peter Hollabaugh flew out to center. His first at bat for the Saints. with nickel on second. See what this does. First pitch upstairs on Hollabaugh.
I want to go back to the question you asked, how the umpire vocalizing where the pitch is missing. It's more so for the coaching staffs. The pitcher and catcher, they're going to know where it missed. They're communicating with one another, so it's more for those coaches, let them know where the pitch missed. They don't necessarily always agree, though.
Hollabaugh took a crank, but came up empty, 1-1 the count. And we'll look to keep you up to date as much as we can on what's happening over in Montana State Billings. Hollabaugh took a swipe. Quickly down 1-2.
In an uncomfortable position, had the fastball blown by him, then was out in front of the off-speed stuff. Now you don't know what's coming, 1-2.
What do you do here? 1-2. And the strikeout. Fourth strikeout of the day for Devin Bell. Brings on Kyle Shabbat. Third baseman for the Saints. Third best batting average on the season for SMU. Again with nickel on second. Driven by Bell in for a strike. What can Shabbat do here? Shabbat took another swing, and he's down 0-2.
Bell looks pretty dialed in. Yeah, he's had a couple of base runners since that shaky first inning, but he is locked right now on the mound.
The 0-2. Shabbat on a ground ball. Bell snares. Trapped is Nickel. And he is out at third. 2 gone. Bottom half of the fourth.
That's twice we've seen, now once from each team, that chopper right back to the pitcher where the runner just takes that one extra step towards moving up and it ends up costing him.
Plenty options from those sequences, and here is A.J. Killian, the catcher for St. Martin's, this time with Shabbat on first, and takes a strike on the initial pitch from Devin Bell. Here's the 0-1. Killian swinging for the fences, down 0-2. The 0-2 to the Saints catcher. Check swing.
The Wolves were headed off the field on that one. They thought they were getting a called strike 3, but extra life for Killian. And that catcher knows the strike zone better than anyone.
So here's the 1-2. And another strikeout from Devin Bell, putting on a clinic. In the end, for St. Martin's, no runs off one hit, the double from Evan Nickel. No errors with one left on base. We head to the fifth with the score, Western Oregon 2, St. Martin's 1 on the Saints Digital Network. Welcome back to Lacey as we begin the 5th. And the outstanding freshman for Western Oregon, Zane Garvey. First pitch in for a strike. See what Garvey can do here. Swing and a miss for strike 2. Wyatt Ishii ahead in the count for the Saints.
Going through that order for the 3rd time. See what adjustment the Wolves make against Ishii now.
And a strikeout dealt by Ishii. Wyatt Ishii. Look at what he has done through this season so far. Very good performance up to this stage. He has only gone 5 innings once. That was against Montana State Billings. Trapped in the dirt for Owen Bischoff.
Bischoff yet to put the ball in play, though. A couple of strikeouts in his 2 at-bats. So Ishii's got to feel confident against him, but falling behind.
The 0-1. Bischoff checked his swing. 1-1 the count, though. We hope to keep you up to date on scores out from Montana. The 1-1. Low on Bischoff. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Yeah, I thought the scoreboard might have been wrong. It's 3-0. That first pitch was in the dirt. Umpire signaling 3-0.
There's a strike dealt. 3-1 the count. What can Owen Bischoff do here? He's struck out the first 2 times he's been up. Not this time. In the air to center for a hit. Owen Bischoff is aboard for Western Oregon.
And that just kind of magnifies what we've been talking about, working ahead. First 2 times Bischoff was up, he was behind 0-2. This time he gets ahead 3-1, and you see the result. Strikeouts each of the first 2 at-bats, this time singles.
10 of the last 11 games, Bischoff has recorded a hit. Brings on Colin Irwin. Runner goes, ground ball. Played by Miyazaki, off balance throw in time for the out. Advancing to second is Bischoff.
Good communication up the middle. Again, Miyazaki was not going to have a chance to get that runner at second. And you could hear Stasco kind of verbalize that, saying just go 1, get the out.
2 gone. Brings on next for Western Oregon, John Olson. First pitch in the dirt. One 0 the count. Western Oregon, team 15-25 overall. They're 3 games behind Central Washington. GNAC standings heading into the final week. Regular season, good play from A.J. Killian to trap.
Olson's pulled the ball with authority each of his first 2 at-bats. The double, then had a fly out to left, but he has got his timing down against Ishii.
He's ahead on the count here. The 2-0. Bischoff of throw off balance on the pickoff attempt. He'll stroll the 3rd. And Western Oregon has insurance run 90 feet away.
Again, that puts just a little added pressure on A.J. Killian after the air. Can't let anything get by you, otherwise it will be a run.
Still 2-0. For Olsen. Killian saves it. Count runs to 3-0.
And also now Ishii's behind 3-0. You don't have to give in. You got first base open. You can walk and take your chances with Tyler Moeller on deck instead of giving a meatball to a dangerous hitter in Olsen.
And outside. Runners on the corners for Western Oregon after the walk of Olsen. Brings on Tyler Moeller.
Looks like we're going to have a meeting on the mound.
With a mound visit, with 2 outs. What are you saying to Ishii in this juncture?
Right now it's all about focusing on the batter. Those base runners really don't matter too much. Of course, you don't want to spike something, let it get to the backstop, and gift them a run. You need to be aggressive, attack that strike zone. He had been doing well to the 2 batters he got out. First pitch strike to Irwin, and then he was ahead of Zane Garvey. Kind of made quick work of him on 3 pitches. So that first pitch, very important, it feels like, for Ishii, and you don't want to fall behind Moeller with runners on.
Western Oregon hoping for some offensive production. They are ranked dead last in the conference as far as batting is concerned. After mountain visit, opportunity for Tyler Moeller. He did score on a run in the second, along with John Olsen. Again, the all-important first pitch to Tyler Moeller is dealt for a strike. So Moeller ahead on the count. Facing the 0-1. Outside to the left. And the count rides to 1-1. Again, a 2-1 game. This is what you would expect. Western Oregon with Devin Bell on the mound. Low-scoring game. Here is the 1-1. Trapped in the dirt. And to second with ease goes Olsen.
Great job by Killian, just chesting that one up. You'll give Olsen second base all day. It's all about Bischoff at third, keeping him there. And he got another base open, though, so, again, you don't have to give in to Moeller, but 2-1, you'd like to even the count up here and really make him think about that 2-2 pitch.
Calvin Tenorio on deck for Western Oregon. Ishii calls for time. So here's the 2-1. In for a strike from Ishii. Facing a 2-2. So here comes the 2-2 on the way. In the dirt, and the count runs full for Wyatt Ishii on Tyler Moeller.
Tenorio on deck. You challenge him with the heater or try and get him to chase it off speed or get out in front of it?
Find out here, the payoff pitch. A walk. And the bases are loaded. Back-to-back walks for Wyatt Ishii. Calvin Tenorio. The base is loaded for Western Oregon.
Now you got the force at any base. That's the good news for the Saints, but you don't have any more wiggle room. Nowhere to put him. You got to go get Tenorio right here. Tenorio had a single last inning.
Upstairs for ball one. Always talk about how important the first pitch is. How do you battle back?
Right now it's all about finding the zone. Ishii's kind of lost the feel since firing that first pitch strike to Moeller. Falls behind 2-0. See if Killian goes in and has a quick word with him.
Right-handed delivery. Spotted outside. 2-0 the count. Do you give the green light?
Yeah, I think so in this situation. Tenorio coming off a single. Let him swing away if he likes the pitch.
Able swing there. Pitch was outside from Ishii. 3-0 the count.
And now I think he's got the red light. I bet every dollar I've ever seen that he's not swinging here.
Here's the 3-0. No swing, still a strike. And your bank account, Matthew King, remains untouched.
I mean, I think technically it's supposed to double, but
oh,
I'll take the untouched too. That works.
The 3-1. Low for a ball. Scoring for Western Oregon, Owen Bischoff. And the visitors lead it 3-1. 3 consecutive walks. And head coach Joey Swanson comes on. That bids the end for Wyatt Ishii. Break in the action. Western Oregon up 3-1. Bases still loaded with 2 outs. Back in a moment on the Saints Digital Network. Welcome back on the Saints Digital Network. Bases loaded for Trey Nelson. Critical juncture here with the bases loaded. First pitch to Nelson, crawls upstairs for ball 1. New pitcher for St. Martin's, Riley Smalling. Quite a place to jump in for Smalling. The 1-0. Foul back. Count rides to 1-1. for Smalling.
Smalling all the way from Redlands, California. Trying to dance out of danger.
In the dirt, 2-1 for Smalling. On Nelson. .148 batting average. Nelson had a single in the second. Here's the 2-1. Driven well out in right center and caught by Hartnett. Western Oregon strands the bases loaded again for a second inning. One run was able to score off of one hit, no errors. But it is the visitors up 3-1. Back after this on the Saints Digital Network. Back on the Saints Digital Network. And you look back at how things got. Top of the fifth inning, Matthew King. Danny Bach alongside. St. Martin's dodged a bullet, you could say.
They've dodged a couple of them. Left bases loaded twice and only give up a run there in the fifth. That's huge, but they got to get the bats going.
And they have to do it against one of the best pitchers in the conference in Devin Bell. Had himself usual outing with 5 strikeouts already. He faces Zen Snasko. Took a swing. Count rides to 1-1.
I'll add something on about Devin Bell. It seems like he's getting better as this game's going on. He's building that confidence, and almost like a Justin Verlander, where he gets better as the innings get later. He saves something and really just blows his fastball by you.
This delivery, though, from Bell brings the count to 2-1. So here's the 2-1. In for a strike. Count rides to 2 balls and 2 strikes. For Snasko. The 2-2. And a punch out. The 6th of the day for Devin Bell.
Last 3 outs have all been via the strikeout for Bell.
Brings on Rylan Miyazaki. And a first pitch strike dealt. Here at the bottom of the order, for the Saints. Miyazaki takes another swing, comes up empty, 0-2.
Bell is just tiled in.
He is on a mission. Here is the 0-2. Another strikeout for Devin Bell. He has put on a clinic.
There's one guy, though, he hasn't been able to figure out, and he's stepping up to the plate. And Hunter Sasaki, though, has been on twice.
First on an error, second on a single. Sasaki, the only run scored today, and a first pitch dealt in the end. or a strike. So here's the 0-1. Ground ball. Snared for the out, and that retires the side. 1, 2, 3, they go. So we head to the 6th with a score. Western Oregon 3, St. Martin's 1 on the Saints Digital Network. Welcome back on the Saints Digital Network. Here from Lacey. This time coming in to pitch Riley Smalling, a little bit of a different instance as opposed to coming in, inheriting bases loaded with 2 outs. He faces Ruben Cedillo.
Well, credit to Riley. He didn't blink, went right at him, got out of the inning without another run coming in. Now he gets to start with a clean slate.
First pitch to Cedillo. Top of the zone for ball 1. In a 3-1 game, St. Martin's has had to face Devin Bell, who has been on fire through 5 innings. Cranked out a play, fouled along the third base line.
Cedillo's got a little sneaky pop, Danny. He doubled down the left field line, but then remember he had that warning track flyout his last time up. He is squaring up the baseball pretty consistently here today.
First time, however, facing Riley Smalling. The 1-1. Off-speed pitch from Smalling brings the count to 2-1. Smalling, big LA Angels fan. Facing the 2-1 pitch, he's able to deal a strike. Redens the count to 2-2.
Angels, they're coming off a couple games, aren't they? How'd they do?
Yeah, they did come up short against the Mariners this past weekend. Here is the 2-2. Slider on the part of Smalling brings on a full count. So the at-bat, a standoff with the payoff upcoming for Ruben Cedillo from Riley Smalling, and a line drive deep into center, back near the wall, and unable to make the catch at center is Sasaki. Heading to third with ease is Ruben Cedillo with a triple. Ruben Cedillo aboard for Western Oregon.
Yeah, Sasaki tried to turn his body at the last moment and just threw him off, kind of stumbled a little bit. And now the Wolves looking to add on here in the 6th.
Such a tough play to make when you're looking into the sun. Tough play for Sasaki to make. Here's Darren Chapman. Chapman got on in the second. First pitch for ball one from Smalling. So was Cedillo, his first triple of the year. What can Darren Chapman do this occasion? The 1-0 up the middle, off the glove of Smalling. Throw from Stasko for out number one.
More importantly, they keep Cedillo over there at third base.
One down, top of the order though, for Western Oregon, and Zane Garvey.
Saints have kept Garvey pretty quiet. 0 for 2, just reached on the walk. See if they can keep that trend going.
Again, the book on Garvey. It's in his last 4 games. Outstanding freshman for Western Oregon takes ball one. In the first series, down in Monmouth, 6 for 14 went Garvey. Home series, which was a sweep by Western Oregon. Strike dealt to Garvey. Over a weekend, did see one of the games go 11 innings, 5-4 win. The home side. Pitch went low. Count 2-1. What will Garvey do here? 2-1 to the freshman southpaw. Is in the air to right. Hartnett over to make the catch for out number 2. And scoring for Western Oregon, Ruben Cedillo. And the visitors lead it 4-1. So the sac fly does bring in Cedillo. Make it a 4-1 game. More insurance for Western Oregon, which brings on Owen Bischoff. And Ruben Cedillo, the leadoff triple, the story so far in this inning. Bischoff takes strike one.
Really like what we've seen from Smalling, living in the zone.
And this time, Bischoff with a hit. Singles and back-to-back at-bats for Owen Bischoff, which sets the stage for the catcher, Colin Irwin. Great response from Owen Bischoff. After striking out his first 2 at-bats, now a pair of singles to his resume so far today.
Only player for Western Oregon not to reach base yet is Irwin. He's looking to change that this time up.
0 for 3 today. Fouls back to the first pitch. Brings the count to 0-1 on the catcher. Some entertaining games, however, down in Monmouth. The 2 teams met in late March. Pickoff attempt. Quickly back to first is Bischoff. So again, here is the 0-1. Smalling looks to deliver. Runner goes. Throw by Killian is not in time. Bischoff safely steals second.
Great throw by Killian, just a little bit late. A good jump out there by Bischoff. Gets himself into scoring position, but Smalling is ahead 0-2 at least.
The 0-2 for Irwin. Outside 1-2. For Smalling, he commends the team here at St. Martin's. Favorite aspect here at SMU, the 1-2. Wide to the right. Count runs to 2-2. Good effort from Colin Irwin to battle back in the count. With Bischoff on second. Here's the 2-2 on the wave. From Smalling. In the air to right. Hartnett, he's been busy this half inning. He makes the catch for out number 3, and that retires the side. Western Oregon are able to score off 1 run, 2 hits, and with 1 left on base, we head to the bottom of the 6th with the score, Western Oregon 4, St. Martin's 1 on the Saints Digital Network. We start the bottom half of the 6th here in Lacey. And St. Martin's has got to find a way to solve Devin Bell.
They got to him in the first, but since then Bell has just been rolling. Only allowed a couple of base runners since.
Isaac Hogue leads off to start bottom half of the 6th for St. Martin's. First pitch is dealt for a ball. Devin Bell has had another excellent season for NNU. Against NNU, rather, if pitch heads in for a strike.
He's had a fantastic season for Western Oregon, that is.
Against NNU, pitched a shutout against the top team in the conference. In the air, foul territory and out of play.
In that complete game, he struck out 13 batters. Season high for him. Again, he has just gotten better and better with each inning here today.
Isaac Hogue trailing in the count, 0-2. Bell delivers, steered outside. See what Devin Bell can do here against Isaac Hogue. Ground ball foul.
Just trying to battle up. Kind of see Bell's pitch count climb a little bit too would be a positive sight for the Saints. Good at bat being put together by Hogue once again.
So here's the 2-2. Hogue checked his swing. He did go. And the 8th strikeout of the day for Devin Bell. Brings on Alex Hartnett. 0 for 2 today. To make an offensive impact. Strike one dealt by Devin Bell.
He had a busy inning out there in right field in the top half of the 6th.
Quickly, he's down 0-2. Hartnett, big fan of pasta.
Whew. I'm right there with him, yeah.
1-2 the count after a ball dealt by Devin Bell. Outside, a 4-2.
Good take there from Hartnett.
Able to battle back in the count. So here's the 2-2. Another strikeout. Make it 9 for Devin Bell. Brings on Evan Nickel. 6 strikeouts in the last 3 innings for Devin Bell.
Hasn't been able to get Nickel yet, though. A walk and a double. One of just 2 hits for the Saints.
He has gotten aboard both occasions, walked in the first. The count 0-1 for Nickel. Good eye from Nickel brings the count to 1-1. Do look at St. Martin's, you have focus on closing out the year strong. Low pitch towards Nickel. Brings the count to 2-1. St. Martin's, you're thinking about closing out the year well, not only that, but also preparing for next season.
Yeah, you can carry momentum from the end of the season into the next season for sure. We've seen it in countless sports. You just get on that roll right at the end, and all of a sudden you look up at the start of next season, you're off to a great start. So it's all about building confidence as well for some of these players.
This final week with grass field. And another strikeout. It has turned into a pitching clinic from Devin Bell as that retires the side. And a 1-2-3 strikeout-filled inning for Devin Bell. No runs, no hits, no errors, none left on base. We head to the 7th with a score. Western Oregon 4, St. Martin's 1 on the Saints Digital Network. Welcome back on the Saints Digital Network as we start the 7th inning, and it begins with John Olson. Olson had a double in the 2nd. He's 1 of 2 today. First pitch to Olson, ground ball. Snared alertly. What a throw, but it gets away. And heading to second with ease to account the throwing error, part of Kyle Shabbat.
Yeah, he sailed that one. Had a little bit more time, but let that elbow drop and just sailed that throw. And he's got a big target over there at first base, and Nickel, who was listed at 6'5", and I believe it.
He's got plenty of height. Second error of the day for St. Martin's and their fielding. Throw gets away almost. Killian able to make the catch.
Muller's walked a couple of times, lined out to center. Looks like he's going to try and move Olsen up 90 feet.
One-0 from Smalling. Bunt, ladled, fouled. Evens up the count at 1-1. What's your mindset if you are Saints head coach Joey Swanson? 1-1 game.
I think right now you're just giving a ton of credit to Devin Bell. He's been so good on the mound.
Moeller does ladle the bunt. Throw by Nickel, and safely at third is John Olsen. So Olsen is at third off the bunt from Moeller. Brings on Calvin Tenorio.
I think you also got to be proud of the Saints, though. We came in talking about how walks and errors have really been a problem. A couple of errors, one of them a throwing error, which didn't end up hurting you, and then that error to start this inning, and just 4 walks so far. So they've done a really good job of making the Wolves earn it. The bad news is the Wolves have earned it.
They've done it thanks to the arm of Devin Bell. Delivery in for a strike from O'Reilly Smalling. Brings the count to 0-1 with runners on the corners with nobody out. The 0-1. Trapped by Killian for ball 1, though.
I've loved what I've seen from A.J. Killian. He has been working so hard back there behind the plate, helping out his pitchers. It's been really nice performance for him behind the dish.
Riley Smalling with the throw to first. Moeller quickly heads back. And runners on the corners with nobody out for Western Oregon. The 1-1. Check swing. Good eye on the part of Calvin Tenorio. Had a single in the 4th, walked in the 5th. Faces the 2-1 from Riley Smalling. Popped up. Out of play. Evens up the count at 2-2.
Tenario's been a pesky at bat all game long. Couple of full counts, another 3-1 count.
Smalling throws to first yet again.
Nice help by Nickel over there, picking that one out of the dirt.
So here's the 2-2. Smalling fires in the air to left. Pedaling back. Isaac Hogue makes the catch. And scoring for Western Oregon with ease, and at second safely there. On the play is Moeller. So a sac fly that scores Olsen. Western Oregon leads it 5-1.
Scored now in 3 consecutive innings have the Wolves. They are just padding their lead.
Adds to a tougher mountain to climb for the Saints offense. With one down, here is Trey Nelson, who takes a strike on the first pitch from Smalling.
Nelson got the scoring started for Western Oregon way back in the second. That RBI single that tied the game up just for a moment before the Wolves took the lead.
Here's the 0-1 with Mueller on second. A strike dealt by Smalling. That brings the count to 0-2. The 0-2. In the dirt, Killian again with another save. A.J. Killian, big Yankees fan.
Yankees having a nice season thus far.
In the dirt, 2 balls and 2 strikes, and do have one batter that's been Judge, he's been doing okay this season.
They've been pretty good. They've shown they don't need Juan Soto. And Judge might be the best player in baseball.
New York baseball in good hands at this stage. Both ends of the equation. The 2-2. Trapped in the dirt by Killian. Throw to third with ease. Mueller heads 90 feet away from home plate. Count does run full. So with Mueller lurking, Trey Nelson, see what he can do. The payoff. Smalling fires and a strikeout. Throw does get away. So Nilsson out on the K. 2 down for Ruben Cedillo.
Cedillo a double and a triple today. 2 for 3 and also hit that warning track fly out.
Cedillo, no stranger. Making contact. As he faces Riley Smalling for the second time today. Did have the triple. Strike 1 dealt. Brings the count to 0-1.
Cedillo tied for the team lead in home runs with 3. Not a power hitting team are the Wolves.
Outside. 1-1 the count.
But he and Nelson each with 3 home runs. How do you like that power at the bottom of your order? Your number 7 and number 8 hitters tied for the team lead in long balls.
That can bode well for Kellen Walker's side. And when he has been at the helm, Kellen Walker, Western Oregon has either finished GNAC champions or second. Upstairs on the offering from Smalling.
Yeah, they're having a bit of a down year, but no one wants to see the Wolves in the playoffs on the other side of the field. They are going to be a pesky out if they are able to sneak in.
Here's the 2-1. Popped up. Under it, Shabbat against the sun. He makes the catch, and that retires the side. With Western Oregon able to score 1 run. No hits, 1 error, 1 left on base as we head to the bottom of the 7th with the score. Western Oregon 5, St. Martin's 1 on the Saints Digital Network. Welcome back to Lacey. It's with Peter Hollabaugh. Looks to solve Devin Bell, who has been fantastic. 10 strikeouts, has only allowed 2 hits and 1 run today. First offering on Hollabaugh, skips in the dirt for ball 1. Western Oregon need an elite pitching performance. Hollabaugh popped it up against the sun and making the catch for Western Oregon, John Olson. Here is Kyle Shabbat. Shabbat 0 for 1 today. Fouls back to the first pitch above the Western Oregon dugout. So for Devin Bell today, allowing 2 hits. Delivery heads in for a strike on Kyle Shabbat. Now, a lot can be lauded about Bell's performance. And a strikeout, the 11th for Bell today. And AJ Killian steps up for St. Martin's. With 2 outs, Bell first pitch heads outside for ball 1.
Bell has not really fallen behind many batters here in the last handful of innings.
That leads, and you mentioned at point Matthew King. Strikeouts were plenty last several innings, and strike dealt to bring the count to 2-1 on AJ Killian.
And for Western Oregon, you're playing a doubleheader today, doubleheader tomorrow. If you can minimize how many pitchers you have to use here in game 1, that's setting you up in a pretty good spot for the rest of the series.
2-2 the count. Eleven strikeouts for Devin Bell today. Here is the 2-2 pitch for AJ Killian. And another. Make it 12 strikeouts for Devin Bell today. No runs, no hits, no errors, no runners left on base. That's where we stand with Western Oregon out in front of St. Martin's 5-1. We head to the 8th on the Saints Digital Network. Welcome back. You start top half of the 8th. Darren Chapman steps in for Western Oregon, nursing a 5-1 lead. Faces Riley Smalling for the second time today. Grounded to second, first time up. Smalling sails the first pitch outside for ball 1. What has been your impression, Matthew King, so far from Riley Smalling? Obviously dealt in rough position to begin. He faces the 1-0 pitch.
Well, he's not really rocked. He's not going to get caught up in the moment. He's pitched with traffic on. He's pitched with the bases empty, and he looks like the same kind of guy. He's going to attack the zone, come right at you. Likes to work in a groove. I think he's done a great job eating up innings. We talked about for Devin Bell how he's kind of set up the Wolves for the rest of the series. Thanks to Smalling, it looks like the Saints might be in pretty good shape as well if they can get out of here only using a couple pitchers.
2-1 the count. Again, as far as the season is concerned for St. Martin's, asking a lot out of their pitching staff. Here's the 2-1. In for a strike from Smalling.
And I mentioned Smalling looks comfortable with runners on base. He pitches from the stretch consistently. You don't see too many guys do that, so they don't get out of that rhythm when there are runners on base. They just continue to do the same thing over and over again. You're starting to see a lot more pitchers kind of utilize that, go that route.
Here's the 2-2. Foul. Nickel pursues out of play and to the Western Oregon dugout. They are on the verge of getting underway between Central Washington and Montana State Billings. Again, the scenario, Western Oregon has to win 3 more games this weekend than Central Washington in order to head to the GNAC playoffs taking place in Ellensburg at Central. Delivery heads in for a ball, and the count runs full.
Close pitch there. Don't want to walk the number 9 hitter.
So here's the payoff to Darren Chapman. Foul back.
Yeah, they said that the Billings Central game was delayed because it was too hot.
Too hot?
Too hot. Heat issue, so they had to delay it a couple hours. But they are playing now. So.
And Central already has 2 hits already with nobody out. Here's the payoff. Foul tip by Chapman. Does get hot over in the Billings area. It is a nice town. Have you been?
I haven't.
Oh.
Haven't been that. Maybe when I was a kid, we did drive to Yellowstone once. So might have gone through there, but.
One way or the other, here's the payoff for the 3rd consecutive pitch.
Chapman's doing a great job of putting together just a long at-bat, making Smalling work just harder and harder.
The 9th pitch upcoming in the standoff. So again, the payoff to Darren Chapman from Smalling. A walk. The last thing you want for St. Martin's.
He earned that one. That's a good at-bat from Darren Chapman. Doesn't help out the batting average, but that's one that you're going to look back on and be proud of.
A lot to be proud of this season for the freshman Zane Garvey. Leadoff batter also best average on this season for Western Oregon. Skipped in the dirt for ball 1. How does your mindset change when you face the top of the order like Riley Smalling is right now?
Well, you're just going to still go about your work the same way. As a pitcher, you can't really think about it too much. You can't get caught up on where you're at in the order, but at the bottom of the order, you do want to be a little bit more aggressive, maybe mixing that off speed a little bit more towards the top of the order, just try and keep them a little bit more honest. You're seeing a lot of teams go the new way of thinking, having a really good hitter in the 9 spot as well, so that kind of feels like the turning point in the lineup. But as a pitcher, you can't change your game plan too much.
The 1-0. Runner goes. Ground ball that rides foul. Brings the count to 1-1. Western Oregon scored a pair of runs in the second. They have scored every inning since the 5th. That's where we stand at this juncture. The wind's starting to pick up here in Lacey. Not as bad as it is in other locations across the conference. Fouled back by Garvey. 1 ball and 2 strikes for the outstanding freshman for Western Oregon.
Garvey drove in a run his last time out with a sac fly.
Throw to first, and safely there is Chapman. So again, the 1-2 to Zane Garvey. Skipped in the dirt. Chapman heads to second with the stolen base.
They're really making Riley Smalling work here in the 8th. Still just on his second batter of the inning.
So here's the 2-2. Great contact, sailing foul though. The count remains 2-2. Smalling has been put to work here in the top half of the 8th. A 5-1 game. Another one in the dirt from Smalling, and the count runs full. With Chapman at second. Second consecutive at-bat to run to a full count.
Yeah, there's been a handful of pitches in the dirt. You can really see A.J. Killian. He's starting to get a little exhausted back there.
The payoff to Zane Garvey. Garvey swings one in the air to left against the sun. Isaac Hogue makes the catch for the first out of the inning. Desperately needed for Riley Smalling.
Yeah, that out feels good because you've thrown a lot of pitches. At least now you do have the out as a result of that hard work, but still quite a bit of work to do with Bischoff and Irwin coming up.
Here is the aforementioned Owen Bischoff. See what Bischoff can do here for Western Oregon. And the first pitch, he sails one foul.
Singled in each of his last 2 at-bats.
And that came after striking out his first 2 occasions to the plate. Bischoff back-to-back games with multi-hits. That in 3 of the last 4. He faces the 0-1 from Riley Smalling. In the air to center. Back is Sasaki against the sun to make the catch. And the cutoff throw keeps Chapman at second.
Chapman was dancing off second on that fly ball. I'm surprised he didn't just tag up immediately. Said he's got to stay put with now 2 away.
Good showing from Riley Smalling after the long extended at-bat that put Chapman at first. He has battled adversity through this inning. He faces Colin Irwin, though. And his first offering heads in for a strike. The count at 0-1. Saints aiming for blanked inning from Western Oregon for the first time since the 4th. Low for a ball from Smalling. Count evened up at 1-1. So here is the 1-1. Trapped in the dirt again by Killian. Boy, has he been busy today. The communications major making an impact behind the plate for the Saints. The 2-1. Foul tip. 2-2 the count.
Seen that a couple of times today for both teams where the barrels barely left the batter's shoulder, but the ball still found it.
So here's the 2-2. Smalling squares up for the 2-2. The 2-2 pitch on the way to Colin Irwin. Steered outside, and again, the count runs full. What a standoff this 8th inning has turned out to be.
Smalling, pardon me, has only gone more than a couple innings once.
Here's the payoff. In the air to center, Sasaki on the run over to make the catch. And that retires a side. No runs, no hits, no errors, 1 left on base as we head to the bottom of the 8th. With the score, Western Oregon 5, St. Martin's 1 on the Saints Digital Network. Welcome back as we begin the bottom of the 8th here in Lacey. Danny Bach alongside Matthew King. Within the shadows of Olympia, the state capital of Washington. First pitch dealt for a ball from Devin Bell. 12 strikeouts today. He has been on a fire for Western Oregon. In the air, shallow center. And heading over to make the catch for Western Oregon was Darren Chapman for the first out of Zen Stasko. Michael Grubb, the senior, pinch hitting for St. Martin's.
A little NF walk-up music. I'm a fan.
I do enjoy some NF. First pitch to the senior for a strike. Michael Grubb, favorite artist, none other than NF himself. Enjoys woodworking as one of his pastimes. Outside, count runs even at 1 ball and 1 strike.
It's an interesting hobby.
Get to make a lot.
Yeah.
Looks to craft something from this at-bat, his first of the day, and the count runs to 1-2.
What if he makes any baseball bats?
That's an idea. Swing and a miss. And another strikeout for Devin Bell. That ties him for the most strikeouts in a game this season. Brings on Hunter Sasaki.
The only member of the Saints who has not struck out and had a plate appearance in this game.
Devin Bell has made plenty of victims today as far as strikeouts are concerned. How about 13 strikeouts? Quickly behind 1-0. Fouled back by Sasaki. Sasaki story on him as he fouls back another pitch and quickly down 1-2. Sasaki is a big fan of any team that Shohei is on.
Oh, Dodgers fan now, huh?
Dodgers fan for now. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Sasaki fouled it back to stay alive.
He's a pretty good ball player, I guess you could say.
Yeah, he could do a little bit.
And now he's got that dad strength to go along with it. Him and his wife just having a baby a couple weeks ago. That's a scary thought.
Quite the stretch for Shohei. Sasaki, ground ball, snared, and of course Devin Bell is there to end the 8th. We head to the 9th with the score. Western Oregon 5, St. Martin's 1 after no runs, no hits, no errors, none left on base for St. Martin's. We'll be back after this on the Saints Digital Network. We begin the top half of the ninth. Western Oregon with a 5-1 lead. Again, we're paying attention not only to this game, also what's happening out in Billings. No score from Montana. Western Oregon in position to be one win back of tying Central Washington. GNAC standings. First pitch sailed upstairs on John Olson. Got on base twice with a double in the second and a walk in the fifth.
Also reached on there.
So here's the 1-0 from Smalling. Fastball out of the reach of the glove of Smalling. Throw by Grubb for the out.
Isn't that fascinating, Danny, how a player comes off the bench, goes in to play defense, and almost immediately every time balls hit right to him?
It always seems to be a recurring theme. Heads up play for Michael Grubb. Here is Tyler Muller. First offering to Muller is in for a strike. So the count 0-1. Lot to like if you're Kellen Walker. Western Oregon today. Here's the 0-1. Popped up by Muller. And making the catch into your screen for St. Martin's, A.J. Killian. Two down. Brings on Calvin Tenorio. So again, Western Oregon has to win 3 more games than Central this weekend. Low pitch from Smalling. For ball 1. Calvin Tenorio had plenty of production today upstairs. Count 2-0. Part of the gaze also looks on. Here's a line drive and the catch made and left by Isaac Hogue. And that retires aside a 1-2-3 inning for Riley Smalling. No runs, no hits, no errors, none left on base for Western Oregon as we head to the bottom of the ninth. Saints hoping to rally after this on the Saints Digital Network. We start the bottom of the ninth with St. Martin's looking to rally. Isaac Hogue steps up to the plate and faces the red-hot Devin Bell. First pitch is in for a strike. And this game has had Devin Bell's name written all over it. 13 strikeouts, 2 hits. In the air to left. Nelson under it to make the catch for out number 1. Here comes Alex Hartnett. He has struck out twice today and has flown out to left. Bell's first pitch in the dirt, 4-1. A 1-0. Outside for ball 2. We have seen a clinic put on today by Devin Bell for Western Oregon. Strike 1 dealt.
Bell started off the day pretty shaky, giving up that run in the first inning, also walked a batter, but since then he has been locked in. A couple of hits allowed, and that's been it.
Upstairs on Hartnett. 3-1 the count. Strike dealt to run the count full. He has been on fire as of late. Instead, a walk from Hartnett. So Hartnett aboard for the first time. Here is Evan Nickel.
Been on base a couple of times. Once via a walk, once with a double, one of the 2 hits for the Saints.
And Nickel played at second, throw to first in time for a double play. And the ball game is over. Western Oregon, thanks to a 13 strikeout performance, allowing 2 hits from Devin Bell, they win game number 1 of the doubleheader over St. Martin's by a count of 5-1. Game number 2 soon to follow. But for our SID, Matt Schwarzler, and for Matthew King, I'm Danny Buck saying so long and take care. We'll be back in just about 30 minutes for the start of game number 2 between Western Oregon and St. Martin's right after this on the Saints Digital Network.
shortstop, number 18, Zach Kogi. Batting second, center fielder, number 9, Owen Bischoff. Batting third, catcher, number 5, Alan Irwin. Batting fourth, third baseman, number 21, John Olson. Batting fifth, the first baseman, number 32, Tyler Miller. Batting sixth, the designated hitter, number 16, Robbie Shepard. Batting seventh, right fielder, number 13, Ruben Spiegel. Batting eighth, left fielder, number 15, Keenan Kaku. And batting ninth, the second baseman, number 7, Darren Shepard. On the mound for the Wolves in 18 is number 33, Jacob Bennett. The starters for St. Martin's University, leading off the center fielder, number 51, Hunter Sasaki. Batting second, the left fielder, number 3, Isaac Poe. Batting third, the right fielder, number 6, Alex Hartnett. Batting fourth, the first baseman, number 17, Evan Nickel. Batting fifth, the designated hitter, number 7, Peter Hollabaugh.
How's your...
Batting sixth, the third baseman, number 14,
No,
Kyle
it was like,
Shabbat.
it was supposed to be a presentation,
Batting seventh,
but she turned it into like a discussion. Pretty sure I did.
and batting ninth, the shortstop, number 0, Ryan Miyazaki. On the bump for the Saints in
Make it
18
two
is number 30,
presentations.
Blaze Brown.
Welcome back to Lacey here on the Saints Digital Network as we start game number 2 between Western Oregon and St. Martin. Standing back alongside Matthew King, we saw an elite pitching performance from Western Oregon. Devin Bell, 13 strikeouts, allowing only 2 hits and 1 run. Matthew King, how will this game be different?
Well, for the Saints, they're hoping it's very different, but it's going to be about, again, taking advantage of your opportunities. We saw the Saints have a couple opportunities to get Bell for maybe another run or two and maybe make him a little bit more uncomfortable, and they couldn't do it. So not only is it about getting your hits, it's about getting those timely hits as well and making most of your opportunities. And for Western Oregon, it's going to be about starting fast. You're going to have to jump on the opposing pitching immediately, and you're going to have to continue to play solid defense like we saw from the Wolves in Game 1.
Zane Garvey leads off to start the game and fouls one back. out of play. But for Garvey, we mentioned this in game one. Only a freshman. Boy, quite a story for him this year. Fouls one back near the exact same spot as first pitch. So quickly, Garvey down in the count, 0-2. Garvey had a 4-game hit streak come to an end in game one. Ground ball out of play. And when you talk about pitching for St. Martin's, it has been rough at times, but to hold best batter for Western Oregon hitless, quite an accomplishment in game one. Ground ball, running over for Gibson to make the throw, and it gets away. Garvey digs for second, and he's safely aboard after a throwing error from Cade Gibson.
I was just going to talk about, the pitching and defense actually of St. Martin's both played well. Not off to a good start here in game number 2, the immediate error. But for Blaze Wong, it's going to be about, again, you know that the Wolves are going to get some batters on base, get some traffic on. It's going to be about just minimizing the damaging opportunities for the middle of the order for the Wolves.
Brings on Owen Bischoff. First pitch to him. Heads in for a strike. Bischoff, interesting case for him. Struck out first 2 plate appearances, then had 2 hits in a row. Another multi-hit game for Owen Bischoff. Blaze Wong has his pitch. Skipping the dirt in front of Kelton Tom. The catcher for game number 2 for St. Martin's, and the count to 1-1.
A.J. Killian was great behind the plate for the Saints in game 1. Tom off to a good start, blocking the first pitch in the dirt.
So here's the 1-1 from Wong. Ground ball that zips past Wong. And the throw by Gibson. And safely there is Owen Bischoff. Runners on the corners with 1 out. He was out. He was out. I apologize.
That was a good piece of hitting, though, by Bischoff to go the other way, at least move Garvey up to third. Now, go ahead and run 90 feet away.
Which brings on next Colin Irwin. And the first pitch to Irwin. Heads in for ball 1. So Irwin, then Olsen on deck for Western Oregon. Ground ball, Nickel there for the out.
Good job by Nickel to look that runner back first. Keeps Garvey at third. Now Wong and out away from getting out of trouble here in the first.
John Olsen. And what was a case where it seemed as if after the throwing error to begin things, seemed to be a sign of things to come from Gibson, but 2 outs though. First pitch to Olsen for ball 1.
Olsen did double his first time up in game 1. Was on base a handful of times. That was his only hit, though, but a chance driving the game's first run.
So here's the 1-0. On the ground, throw to first in time for the out. Great way for Cole Gibson to make a return comeback. Or Cade Gibson, rather, and that's where that retires a side after no runs, no hits, 1 error, and 1 left on base for Western Oregon. St. Martin's to bat next on the Saints Digital Network. Welcome back. And we get to see the first appearance for Jacob Memmott on the mound for Western Oregon. Look at his stats this season, 2-5 record. Faces Hunter Sasaki. Takes ball one on the first pitch.
Sasaki did have a good first game, which there weren't many Saints that can say that against Devin Bell.
And quickly head 2-0. Memmott, 4 hits. First meeting through 7 innings, 7 strikeouts additionally for Western Oregon. And quickly the count 2-1 on Hunter Sasaki. So here's the 2-1 on the way from Memmott. Sasaki to right, in for a hit. Hunter Sasaki is aboard for St. Martin's.
He is just a hitting machine for the Saints, always on base, setting the table for the rest of the lineup.
Here comes Isaac Hogue. So a great way to set the tone for St. Martin's, and this is going to be a case. Of course, you're not going to be facing Devin Bell, you would think. Throw to first with Sasaki. You're not going to be seeing a Devin Bell type performance often, you would think.
Yeah, no, that's a special performance by Bell. He's had a couple of complete games now this season. He was brilliant.
And the pitch in for Hogue. Ball one. Saints lineup features, we saw Sasaki, now Hogue. Alex Hartnett on deck for SMU. Here's the 1-0 to Hogue. Into left in foul territory and out of play. Count heads to 1-1. Important score update from Montana State Billings. The Jackets lead Central Washington 4-1. That is good news for Western Oregon. Throw to first. The pickoff attempt and safely returning Sasaki.
Yeah, good news for Wolves and their fans. Got the win in game one, and can scoreboard watch and see Central's down in their first game.
So here's the 1-1. Line drive by Hogue, and another hit for St. Martin. Sasaki heads to second. But how about a single for Isaac Hogue? That sets up the stage for Alex Hartnett.
Yeah, nice start to the inning for the Saints. They grabbed the game's first run in the opener. But back-to-back singles, already matching as many hits as they had in game one here in the first.
After only 2 batters. So here's Alex Hartnett. And pitch sails on Memmott for ball 1.
Colin Irwin, by the way, is behind the plate for the second consecutive game. It's a lot of hard work he's putting in for the Wolves.
Fouled back by Hartnett. Count heads to 1-1. Hartnett's favorite quote is, "Be where your feet are." The 1-1. In the air to right center and over to make the catch for Western Oregon is Chapman for out number 1. Here comes Evan Nickel.
Nickel had one of those 2 hits in game one, had a double. He'd love to replicate that here. Let Sasaki and Hogue both run.
Quite the opportunity with 2 runners aboard. for St. Martin's. And Nickel takes the first pitch ball. Rather a strike.
That's the rumor.
So here's the 0-1. And throw gets away. Runners advance to third and second. Brings the count to 1-1. So opportunity knocks for Evan Nickel. Runners on third and second with one out. Jacob Mehmet. Partial jam here. Nickel on the ground, and it does get through. Sasaki scores. And to third goes Hogue, an RBI single for Evan Nickel.
Good start for the Saints, pushing across that run, and Sasaki was going on contact. As soon as he saw that thing on the ground, Hogue, meanwhile, had to hold up a little bit. Otherwise, he would have been able to score. Stays at third, but the inning continues to build for St. Martin's.
So just like they did in game number 1, St. Martin's with a 1-0 lead in the first. Here's Peter Hullabaugh. Popped up behind the Saints dugout and out of play. What are you looking for if you are Western Oregon with Jacob Mehmet, with the sluggish start to begin, it would seem?
Right now, you're looking to get the ball on the ground, get a double play, and get out of the inning. But, I mean, you have seen some soft contact. Just kind of find the holes for St. Martin. So you got to not put too much on your pitcher yet. Just keep telling him, go live in the strike zone. Again, I sound like a broken record, but that is the most important thing, throw strikes.
Ground ball, fouled. Out of play, 1-2 the count. Mehmet, 7.07 ERA. Does see quite the workload of pitches for Western Oregon. Ground ball, trapped and it gets through. Another run scores for St. Martin's from Hogue, and the Saints lead it 2-0. Peter Hullabaugh with an RBI single of his own.
That's going to be an error, allowing that run to score. You did exactly what you wanted to do if you remember. You got the grounder, it was hit firmly. Should have been a pretty easy double play. Instead, it's an error. You don't get an out, another run in. And the inning continues to build for St. Martin's, already putting up a crooked number.
A 2-0 game. Deep in the air to right center and caught. Catch made by Owen Bischoff. Brings on the second out of the inning. And the first time today we see Kelton Tom, the catcher for St. Martin's. For Kelton Tom, first appearance at home since his walk-off home run to defeat Montana State Billings, number 2 ranked team in the conference. Swinging strike on the first pitch. Kelton Tom, a big Cubs fan.
Hey, I've been to Wrigley Field. Great place to watch a ball game, and they, I know I've said this before, also off to a phenomenal start. They were my dark horse team, Danny.
They've looked good up to this stage, and Tom in play. Mehmet with the throw to first, and that retires the side. However, 2-run score off 3 hits and an error. And that closes out the first inning with the score, St. Martin's 2, Western Oregon, no score. Welcome back as we start the second inning. Here from Lacey. St. Martin's with a 2-0 lead. So we start second. Here is Tyler Moeller. And the first pitch he sees from Blaze Wong heads in for a ball. And a 2-0 contest. Western Oregon in search of their first hit of the game. The count at 1-1 strike. So we get to see Tyler Moeller. First time in game 2, pitch sailing on Blaze Wong, and you could tell he did not like that pitch.
No, he was kind of shaking his head almost before the pitch even got to the plate. Both these teams kind of went almost the identical lineup, a couple changes to each side, but similar lineups to game 1.
3-1 the count to Tyler Moeller. The 3-1 and a walk. First walk dished on the part of Blaze Wong, which brings on for Western Oregon, Robbie Shepard.
Robbie Shepard all the way from Long Beach, California.
And the Long Beach native, a fly ball into right, and making the catch over the shoulder, Cade Gibson.
It's not an easy play for Gibson. That was a tough angle for him, but was able to hang with it, make a nice play. But he covered a lot of ground and, again, did not have the friendliest of angles.
Ruben Cedillo comes in next with Moeller on first. How tough of a play is it to make that catch in the sun?
It's not easy. Not only are you battling the sun, but that ball kind of can sneak in there with the blue skies a little bit.
Off the pickoff attempt for Moeller.
But that is the good thing about that angle for Gibson is he was actually going out. So the sun wasn't as much of a factor as if he would have been looking in our direction.
Sun is behind us. Vision at UC at home. Count at 1-0 for Ruben Cedillo. Second chance to pick off Moeller. Same result. And he is able to deal a strike. So the book on Blaze Wong of this season. For St. Martin's, 8.70 ERA, ninth start of the season. Fouled back by Cedillo. Cedillo had a complete game against Montana State Billings. It was several weeks ago. The 1-2. In the air, nickel over to make the catch for out number 2.
One thing about Blaze is he doesn't walk a lot of batters. He's going to make them put it in play. So a rare walk to Moeller to start the inning, but gets a couple of pop-ups to bounce back. Now he's looking to escape.
So here comes Caden Kaku. First appearance of the day for Kaku. And first pitch ball from Blaze Wong. with the 1-0 count. So the story on Kaku so far this season. Hasn't had a hit last 4 games. Looking to change that here. Kaku, line drive foul.
Squared that one up, but just a little out in front of it.
Kaku had 2-hit game against Northwest Nazarene. All the way back on March the 1st. Does that seem like a long time ago?
I know we're here May 1st now.
That's 2 months by my math. Kelton Tom watches Tyler Moeller head to second off the pitch outside from Watt. So the count at 2-1 for Kaden Kaku. 2-2. So here's the 2-2.
Looking for his first punch out.
So the 2-2 from Wong, and there's foul tip.
Just got a piece of it. And Tom didn't even have a chance to squeeze that one. I think as soon as he fouled that, got a piece of that one, it was already in the dirt. Just a survival hack there from Kaku.
Able to stay alive. So again, the 2-2 pitch to Kaden Kaku. Skipped in the dirt. Tom kept the pitch in front of him. So Moeller at second for Western Oregon in a 2-0 game. Wong delivers. Line drive. Quickly played by Shabbat for the out at third. And that retires the side. With 1 left on for Western Oregon off of no runs, no hits, no errors. We head to the bottom of the second here on the Saints Digital Network with the Saints up 2-0. And it begins with a line drive deep to center. That's immediately caught by Owen Bischoff from Cade Gibson. Quite a way to start things out with Gibson flying out to center.
Yeah, wasting no time. He squared it up. Just that's called an Adam ball, Danny. Hit it right at him.
And sure enough, quickly Gibson heads back to the dugout. Rylan Miyazaki steps in for SMU. A 2-0 game. In the air And it's been a busy half inning. Owen Bischoff, second catch of the day.
2 pitches, 2 outs, so normally that means Hunter Sasaki is not going to swing at this first pitch. You don't want to have that quick of an inning, make your pitcher go right back to work.
Sasaki singled in the first. First pitch dealt for a strike. Sasaki calls for time.
And I really like this. You are getting your pitcher guaranteed time, a guaranteed breather. Go ahead and go talk to your third base coach just to kill a little extra time. That's being a good teammate right there.
Joey Swanson serving as the third base coach. Oh, 1 count. Again, Sasaki, the only Saint that didn't strike out in game 1. Line drive, what a catch, throw to first in time for the out. What a play by John Olson in a 4-pitch inning. That retires the side. No runs, no hits, no errors, none left on base for the defense of Western Oregon as we head to the top of the third here on the Saints Digital Network. Welcome back here in Lacey on the Saints Digital Network. Blaze Wong faces Darren Chapman. And began inauspiciously for SMU after an error to begin proceedings, but see what Blaze Wong can offer here. Pitch that skips in the dirt for ball 1. But for St. Martin's, Blaze Wong second team and starts in a tie with Jake Schumacher. Count rides to 1-1 against Darren Chapman. Chapman fouled out of play. 1-2 the count.
Yeah, the Wolves still looking for their first hit. They've had the leadoff man on in each of the first 2 innings, but haven't been able to do anything with it.
So 1-2 count. Again, we're also paying attention out in Montana State Billings. Our friends down in Monmouth. The 1-2 pitch. Grounded foul. Chapman's able to stay alive. Montana State Billings has a 4-2 lead on Central Washington. Western Oregon needs to win 3 more games than Central this weekend. Pitch that zings up high from Wong. Count at 2-2. Montana State Billings, second-ranked team in the GNAC. their place already secured as the number 2 seed in the conference tournament. Fouled back. Part of Chapman.
Good at bat from Chapman. We saw a handful of those from him in the first game, really making the pitchers work, seeing extra pitches, and won a couple of those battles by getting on base, whether it be a base hit or a walk.
The 2-2. Chance for a hit here. That sails foul.
I don't know if you saw that. Evan Nickel helped the umpire make that call. He's practicing his signal.
See that at the corner of your screen. With Nickel patrolling first.
He's having a laugh about it, too.
Did have the opportunity to interview Evan Nickel on the Saints Digital Network a couple of weeks ago on the Coach's Show. Reminisced about his high school state championship nearby Olympia High School, the 2-2. Into strikeout. Plays Wong with first punch out of the day. Brings on Zane Garvey.
Again, it didn't end how he wanted, but that's still a really good at bat by Darren Chapman. Saw quite a few pitches, made Blaze have to work a little bit harder than he would have liked to.
Not the opportunity that he would have preferred as he faces Zane Garvey. And keep in mind, this is coming off of a very quick inning from St. Martin's, for a pitch inning from Jacob Emmett. The 1-0 to Garvey, in for a strike.
Garvey reached on an error to begin the ball game.
So here's the 1-1. Fouled back. Brings the count to 1-2. Blaze Wong. He really likes steak.
Huh.
The 1-2. Line drive over the head of Shabbat for a hit. And Zane Garvey, after going hitless in game 1, is aboard with a single.
First hit of the game for Western Oregon.
Could have been more timely for Zane Garvey. That brings on Owen Bischoff. So Zane Garvey gotten aboard both times he's been to the plate. Count 1-0. 1-0 delivery from Wong. Outside for ball 2.
Good hitters count here for Bischoff. Got to be thinking fastball in your wheelhouse, see if you can do a little bit of damage.
So here's the 2-0 for Owen Bischoff. Tried to crank one, instead a strike from Blaze Wong.
Yeah, Wong said, here it is, hit it if you can, and just powered the fastball right by him, a challenge pitch. Gets himself back in the count.
The 2-1. Fouled it back. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Blaze Wong's favorite saying is, bread don't bake itself.
Okay. It's a good one.
Looking to bake a strikeout here. And 2-2 to Bischoff. How's that for baking? And a strikeout of Owen Bischoff. Second K of the inning.
I feel like Blaze kind of reached back and had a little extra something on a couple of those pitches to battle back and get Bischoff. Just believed in his stuff. Went straight fastballs and ends up with the K.
2 strikeouts in the inning. It brings on Colin Irwin. First pitch from Wong still to come.
Garvey was leaning a little bit there, almost had him. Just able to get back in time.
So the first pitch to Irwin. In the dirt, Kelton Tom, he'll preserve for ball 1.
Irwin grounded out to first his first time up. Again, the Wolves had a runner on third with 1 out in that first inning. Couldn't get him in.
That runner was Zane Garvey. 2-0 the count. Here on this Thursday afternoon. Tomorrow, senior day for St. Martin's. They conclude their regular season. Here's the 2-0 delivery. Trapped by Tom. Irwin did not go, and the count heads to 3-0.
John Olson would hit if Irwin can reach here.
Do you give the green light here?
Yeah, I think so.
How about no?
Well, it was a ball. You don't want to swing at it if it's a ball.
Well, good point. Good eye from Colin Irwin. Brings runners at second and first. So Garvey is in at second. So here is John Olson. First pitch to Olson is dealt for a strike. They're at the top of the 7th over in Billings. Central did score a run in the top half of the 6th. Billings up 4-2. Popped up out of play.
Everything that Wong has delivered that has been put in play has been relatively weak contact. We haven't seen really anything squared up yet by the Wolves, even the base hit from Garvey. Means he's pitching on the edges of the zone.
See what he does here on the 0-2. Contact over the head of Nickel for a base hit. Coming around for Western Oregon and scoring, Zane Garvey. And Western Oregon on the scoreboard off an RBI single on the part of John Olson. So Garvey is able to score. Colin Irwin advances to third, which brings on Tyler Moeller.
Tying run 90 feet away. Base hit here, and this game practically gets the reset button hit on it.
Wong hoping to prevent that. Blaze Wong. Pitch outside on Tyler Moeller. So Blaze Wong. The 1-0 pitch to Moeller. Fouled off of his shin. Can't feel good for Tyler Moeller. With again, Colin Irwin on third. And Olson on first. And the 1-1 pitch. Outside for ball 2.
Another close pitch that just didn't go Wong's way.
And he's trying to paint on the outside, as we mentioned earlier. Skied and fouled. And out of play. So the count runs to 2-2. For Tyler Moeller. Runner goes on the 2-2. A ground ball, it skips, and Miyazaki with the out and second, and that retires the side. However, Western Oregon is able to score a run off of 2 hits and no errors with 2 left on base. We head to the bottom half of the third here on the Saints Digital Network. Welcome back on the Saints Digital Network. Here from Lacey. Glad you're with us here on the Saints Digital Network, and it begins with St. Martin's second at bat for Robbie Shepard. Or, beg your pardon, Isaac Hogue. What was I on? First pitch to Hogue in the air to left. And in for a hit. Isaac Hogue is aboard. First pitch single.
His second. He's going to make sure you know his name from now on, Danny.
Thank you, Matthew King. So Hogue is aboard. Brings on Alex Hartnett. That's why I should never look down at my notes again. Hartnett popped up to second last inning, or rather the first. So here's the 1-0. Throw to first on the part of Jacob Emmett. Emmett on the windup. Count 2-0. Alex Hartnett with the lead in the count.
Good count for Hartnett. We talked about how he's been struggling at the plate a little bit lately. See if he can get a pitch to drive. He's got plenty of power.
He has showcased that all season for SMU. Another pickoff attempt. Hartnett. Again, we've mentioned it. Looking for a hit. Hasn't had one within the last 4 games. Looking to end that streak here, and he fouls one back.
Does have 6 homers, though, so he can do damage if he squares one up. Just been rough sledding lately.
Hartnett does lead team in home runs this year. Same case for RBIs this season for St. Martin's. Ground ball in front of Mehmet, and this slithers its way. But Hartnett is out, able to advance Hogue to second.
Swing bunt there. Moves the runner up at least for Nickel, who's been on a hot streak today.
Yeah, the story for Evan Nickel. Did have hit in game number 1. Hits in 4 of the last 5 games.
RBI single his first time up today, or in this one.
And Nickel drives one deep in the air to left and caught. No, it was dropped. And scoring is Hogue for St. Martin's, and it's a 3-1 game.
That ball was crushed by Evan Nickel. He got every bit of that one, just didn't hit it high enough to get out of here. He'll settle with his second double of the day and his second run driven in of this ball game.
So Hogue is able to score in a 3-1 game. Swinging strike from Peter Hullabaugh. So SMU has a 3-1 lead. Thanks to Evan Nickel. Count 0-1 for Hullabaugh. And what a play by Garvey, and the throw not in time. So runners at second and first for St. Martin's with one out.
That was one heck of a play out there at shortstop by Zane Garvey. Impossible throw nearly to make, and he gave it his best effort, but it'll go down as an inside hit for Hullabaugh. Good news for Western Oregon, did keep Nickel at second at least. Keeps a double play in order.
So here is Kyle Shabbat. Two runners on for St. Martin's. Hit him. And the bases are loaded with one out.
We're going to see our first mound meeting of the day for the Wolves, as the Saints a chance to open this one up a little bit.
We don't typically see, when we see hit by pitches, usually in games like this. St. Martin's does have the edge in the GNAC in a category you don't prefer to have in hit by pitches. 109 this season, which is nearly double that of the nearest closest in the conference. For Western Oregon, that's their 46th batter that they've hit this season, which sets up the stage for Kelton Tom. Tom hoping to make an impact here. The bases loaded with one out. Tom takes a strike on the first pitch he sees from Jacob Emmett.
Emmett's got to dig deep here. His offense just got to run back, but he gave it back. And now trying to keep this within striking distance, keep it close and minimize damage here.
Ground ball, juggled throw to first in time for the out. And scoring for St. Martin's is Evan Nickel.
It's a tricky hop over there at third base. Just had to take the out, but it'll go down as an RBI for Tom.
So Hullabaugh is at third. Shabbat is at second for Cade Gibson. And to dodge the pitch from Mehmet.
Gibson squared one up his first time, hit that line drive right at the center fielder. He'd love to find some grass.
That was off first pitch from Mehmet to start the second inning. Gibson fouled it back. There is activity in the Western Oregon dugout. Rather, the bullpen. Here's the 1-1.
Doesn't look like anyone's playing catch now, just kind of walking around.
1-1 in the dirt. 2 balls, 1 strike. And with runners on third and second. For St. Martin's. Inside. 3 balls in, 1 strike.
If he can reach, Miyazaki waits on deck.
3-1 to Gibson. Gibson, ground ball, juggled, and scoring Peter Hollabaugh. And it's 5-1. Tough play for John Olson to make over a third. And another run scores. What a difficult play that was.
Yeah, that's a long throw to make, too, if you do get it cleanly, and that's probably what was going through his mind, caused a little bit of a bobble.
Ground ball from Miyazaki. Memon with the throw. St. Martin's able to bring 3 runs to the plate. Generated off of 4 hits, along with no errors, and with 2 left on base. St. Martin's with a 5-1 lead. Back after this on the Saints Digital Network. Welcome back here on the Saints Digital Network as we start the top half of the 4th. And this, an impending development with St. Martin's with a 5-1 lead. Certainly opens the door for Central Washington this weekend. First pitch for Robbie Shepard is in for ball 1.
Yeah, a loss for Western Oregon means Central's just got to win one of the 4 games in Billings, and they'll be headed to the playoffs.
Count at 1 ball and 1 strike for Robbie Shepard. The 1-1 line drive foul. Montana State Billings, the top half of the 8th, have a 4-2 lead over Central Washington. So here's the 1-2. Climbed upstairs. 2 balls, 2 strikes, the count for Robbie Shepard. The 2-2, he chased it. Stay alive at 2-2. After Shepard, Cedillo, and Kaku popped up. And making the catch for St. Martin's, Kate Gibson.
Yeah, Gibson making sure everyone heard him. He's hearing it from the dugout a little bit too, but he made the play. That's what matters.
That's what counts in the stat sheet. Ruben Cedillo steps in next. A lot of things that can be read off of a stat sheet. Inside on Cedillo for ball 1.
It's true. A lot of stats.
A lot to read about. What did your stat sheet look like in high school?
As a baseball player, non-existent.
Oh, okay. Fouled back. On the part of Cedillo.
You and I were both soccer players.
Tennis player.
Oh, you were a tennis player. That's right.
1-1 count for Ruben Cedillo. Wong's pitch in the dirt. Couldn't beat Cedillo, and the count heads to 2-1.
You're still a tennis player, aren't you?
Still am.
Still perfecting your craft.
Sure. As all of us are. Line drive deep into left, and Hogue can't make the catch. To second goes Cedillo with a double.
Cedillo has had a mighty fine day. He is squaring up the baseball very frequently. Gets the double here with 1 out and gives the Wolves a chance to cut into now the 4-run deficit.
So Cedillo with his 5th double of the season brings on Kanan Kaku. Takes his strike. Kaku's second appearance today. Grounded to Evan Nickel in the 2nd. Kanan Kaku in the air. And descending, Alex Hartnett makes the catch.
Keeps Cedillo at 2nd as well.
So Darren Chapman in the 9-hole for Western Oregon.
He's a dangerous number 9 hitter. We've seen even when he's not reaching base, he is working long, grueling at bats.
Struck out, last appearance for Western Oregon. First pitch taken for a strike. And what should be quite the weekend on the way. St. Martin's. Line drive into left. Hogue is there to make the catch. And that retires the side. 1 left on base. However, no runs, 1 hit, no errors. As we head to the bottom half of the 4th. With the score, St. Martin's 5, Western Oregon 1. Welcome back to the Saints Digital Network. St. Martin's with a 5-1 lead on Western Oregon. Danny Buck alongside Matthew King. As the Saints begin with a 5-1 lead here in the bottom of the 4th. Hunter Sasaki on the first pitch. Heads in for a strike from Jacob Mehmet. And for Mehmet, story for him. Pitch struck Sasaki. Second hit by pitch from Mehmet today.
Yeah, Mehmet having a tough day. He did have that quick 4-pitch inning in the bottom of the 2nd, but other than that, he's really had to work constant traffic on base for the Saints.
Gave up 3 hits in the first, then 4 in the third. Which brings on Isaac Hogue. Made it home last inning. Part of a 3-run third inning for SMU.
Yeah, 2 for 2 with a couple of singles and a couple runs scored, and it looks like Sasaki might have a little bit of a cramp out there.
Hunter Sasaki on base all 3 times he's appeared in game number 2. First pitch to Isaac Hogue. He looked to ladle a bunt. Instead, he appealed to first, and ball 1. So an opportunity for St. Martin's. With a runner on in Miyazaki, or Sasaki rather. In the air to left, descending, and this falls for a hit. Running comes Sasaki. He will come in to score on a triple for Isaac Hogue.
Isaac Hogue is playing out of his mind. Scored 2, now driven in 1. He's having a big-time day for the Saints.
Well, running from Hunter Sasaki, able to score. And St. Martin's leads at 6-1. So here's Alex Hartnett. Popped up to second, first time up. First pitch steered outside for ball 1. Saints have Hartnett, Nickel, and then Halaba. All this damage has been done with nobody out. Strike dealt by Jacob Memmott.
Hartnett going to try and get this ball into the outfield. Allow Hogue to tag up and score maybe on a fly out or find outfield grass, get that knock.
The 1-1. Beamed outside for ball 2. So the count at 2-1. Emmett kicks and deals. Ground ball off of Memmett's glove. In for a hit. Isaac Hogue scores for St. Martin's. And the Saints lead it 7-1.
And with Hartnett's luck lately, so good to see. Finally catches that break. Gets not only the hit, but also drives in a run. And the vibes are high right now in the St. Martin's dugout.
The Saints are loving it. And that ends the day for Jacob Memmott. Saints with a 7-1 lead. Back after this on the Saints Digital Network. Welcome back. New pitcher for Western Oregon in Shane Bailey. Jacob Mehmet allowed 8 hits. That's where we stand at this juncture. St. Martin's looking to do more damage with Evan Nickel. Ground ball in for a hit. Evan Nickel keeps the good vibes rolling.
Yeah, he's now 3 for 3. A couple of runs driven in, a run scored. Him and Hogue right now are battling for who might be the player of the game.
7-1 lead. Evan Nickel aboard with the hit. 2 on for St. Martin's at second, and first for Peter Hallabaugh. Hallabaugh with a line drive. Bobbled, and out at first is Hallabaugh for out number 2. For the first out of the inning, rather. So the first out of the inning in Peter Hallabaugh brings on Kyle Shabbat.
And that's still 2 runners in scoring position. Just mentioned, Danny, just 1 out. They are really looking to blow this thing wide open.
First pitch inside for ball 1. So here's the 1-0.
An untied shoe. Shortstop had to tie his shoe. They stopped play for a moment. You couldn't see on deck circles in your way.
That's the freshman, Jane Garvey. He's the freshman that needs to tie his shoe. Here's the 1-0. Ground ball in for a hit. Hartnett in to score. Nickel to third. An RBI single for Kyle Shabbat.
Everyone getting involved. Double-digit hits now for the Saints in this one, and still just 1 out here in the home half of the 4th.
Brings on Kelton Tom.
Tom, the only one without a hit, but he does still have an RBI.
And Tom takes strike 1. Kelton Tom grounded. Throw none forthcoming, and a stolen base for Kyle Shabbat. So here's the 1-1.
Base hit to the outfield, scores 2, and put the Saints in double digits.
And grounded straight into the Western Oregon dugout.
Hit someone in the hands. That's good news. Rather get hit in the palm than anywhere else in the dugout.
The 1-2. Steered inside. 2-2. So the 2-2 to Kelton Tom. Tom with a ground ball. Shuggled. And everybody's safe. Tough play for Shane Bailey to make. Would have been a long throw to first.
Yeah, they gave him a hit for that, and I agree. That was a tough play anyway. But now the bag's packed for Cade Gibson, who has not wasted any time. The only pitches he hasn't swung at have been balls.
Did have a single last inning.
Drove in a run with that base hit.
In an 8-1 game with the bases loaded. Gibson sails one over the Western Oregon dugout. Count heads to 0-1. 0-1 to Gibson. Fouled one along the first baseline. Quickly behind 0-2. Rylan Miyazaki is on deck. In the hole is Hunter Sasaki. Something to keep in mind if you are Shane Bailey. Here's the 0-2. In the air. This will be tough play, making the catch. Cedillo for Western Oregon.
Too shallow to try and score nickel as well. Keeps the bases loaded. So how about that, Danny? All 9 in the starting lineup for St. Martin's have a hit today in this game.
Incredible. And the hits were hard to come by. Game number 1.
Yeah, just 2 of them. Again, the offense hasn't been the problem this season. It's been defense and walks.
Defense has been times issue. 2 outs for Rylan Miyazaki. 0 for 2 in second game of the series. Counted 0-1. Score update, bottom of the 9th, Billings. Pitch in for a strike, count 0-2. Central Washington has tied Montana State Billings at 4. They are in the bottom of the 9th in Billings. Here is the 0-2 to Miyazaki. Miyazaki popped it up. Bailey underneath it. Called off and making the catch. To close out, Tyler Muller for Western Oregon. What an inning it was for St. Martin's. 3 runs, 5 hits, no errors, 3 left on. St. Martin's with an 8-1 lead on Western Oregon. Back after this on the Saints Digital Network. We begin the top half of the 5th. Western Oregon facing adversity, trailing 8-1 to St. Martin's. And when you look at the series history between these 2 teams, first pitch fouled on the part of the freshman Zane Garvey.
Garvey with a bat change, by the way. It's a different bat he's using. I told you, Danny, I notice weird things when it comes to baseball.
Yes, you do. Matthew King alongside. Count 1-1. The 1-1. Hit him. So, Garvey is aboard. Again, for St. Martin's this season. They have hit the most batters in the conference by a wide margin. 110 this year. Line drive caught. Kyle Shabo, the throw to first in a double play. How about that?
Shabbat, right place, right time, no hesitation either. He catches that line drive, immediately came up throwing to first, and a good job by Nickel to get over there and cover. Erases that leadoff base runner. Well done by the Saints.
Brings on Colin Irwin. And the first pitch to Irwin is a line drive into center for a hit.
Double play looms large now. You could have runners on first and second or the corners.
It's been that kind of day for Western Oregon in Game 2. Brings on John Olson.
Even if we go back to Game 1, they scored just 5 runs. They were having some hard-hit balls, just good defense by the Saints. It's just been tough luck for the Wolves really all day.
See what's at stake here. In the air to center. Sasaki heads over to make the catch, and that retires the side with no runs scored off of one hit, no errors, and one left on base for Western Oregon. We head to the bottom of the 5th with a score. St. Martin's 8, Western Oregon 1. Begin the bottom half of the 5th here at St. Martin's. Hunter Sasaki has been sizzling. Uh-oh. And he got hit again.
He's been hit to lead off an inning, back-to-back innings. That one sounded like he got that elbow guard, knocked it clean off.
That's gotta hurt, but there is the elbow guard that is there.
Guards the elbow.
Oh. So that brings on Isaac Hogue, a low pitch for ball 1.
Hogue has been out of his mind today. 3 for 3, a couple singles, a triple, scored 3 runs, and drove in another. Pretty solid day.
I would say so. A good day for Isaac Hogue. This time, swinging for the fences, comes up empty, and the count 1-1. Again, we'll have Senior Day tomorrow on the Saints Digital Network. 1-1 pitch is in for a strike.
Sasaki is dancing way off first base. I anticipate him going here.
After being hit by Shane Bailey, back-to-back innings. Here's the 1-2. Line drive, foul. Brings the count to 1-2. Saints have recorded 11 hits today. 13 overall. They're being limited to 2. First game. A base hit. And the excellent day for Isaac Hogue only continues. Sasaki heads to first. So, for St. Martin's, 2 runners on for Alex Hartnett.
Hartnett ended his little skid his last time up with an RBI single. See if that can snowball into maybe a hot streak.
Fouls back the first pitch. For strike 1. So here's the 0-1 from Shane Bailey. Getting fouled it back. 0-2 the count. So here's the 0-2 to Hartnett and a strikeout. That was the first strikeout of game 2 for Western Oregon pitchers. That brings on Evan Nickel.
Also 3 for 3 for Nickel. Double, couple singles, couple ribbies, and a run scored.
The first pitch to Nickel. Outside for ball 1. So the Olympia native, outspoken leader, sophomore for SMU. Low pitch in the dirt. Runners advance, throw to third is not in time. Hunter Sasaki heads to third. And to second goes Colin Irwin, or beg your pardon, Isaac Hogue. So the 2-0 count. Runners on third and second. 1 out, Nickel, ground ball. Throw to first from Olsen for out number 2.
Olsen making sure to look Sasaki back before making that throw across the diamond, and now an out away from getting out of trouble is Bailey.
So here is Peter Hullabaugh. First pitch to Hullabaugh. In for a strike. Hullabaugh, his favorite pastime, fishing.
I like to fish. You ever been fishing, Danny?
I have.
You ever caught a fish?
I have not.
Oh.
Or did I? It was a long time ago.
I don't know. I wasn't there.
You weren't there?
I wasn't.
Oh. Here's the 0-2 to Peter Hullabaugh.
We'll take you fishing. We'll make sure you catch a fish.
Ah, okay. The 0-2. Steered wide and outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes. 1-2 to Peter Halabaugh. Halabaugh stays alive. So that count 1-2. Favorite movie for Halabaugh was Interstellar. That's a fun movie. Takes you back in time. Into right. In for a hit. Sasaki scores. Isaac Hogue is safe at the plate. And St. Martin's leads it 10-1 off a 2-run RBI single for Peter Halabaugh.
Saints are just having a good time. It's a hit parade, one guy after the next.
Brings on Kyle Shabbat after having the double play last inning.
He's also driven in a run. 1 for 2 was hit by a pitch as well.
Two outs. Shabbat takes a strike. For St. Martin's this season, as far as offensive production is concerned, is Shabbat swing and a miss. But for St. Martin's this year, this is their 4th game in double figures. They did eclipse 10-run threshold against Central Washington in their first win of the year. Shabbat has one that sinks foul. Counted 0-2. So here's the 0-2. For Kyle Shabbat. He has reached last 2 innings. Shabbat checks his swing. 1-2. So 1-2 for Kyle Shabbat. Ooh, that's gotta hurt. Foul.
Just got a piece of that one.
Barely.
That would have been bad news for Western Oregon if he wouldn't got a piece of it. That's a drop third strike with 2 outs. He probably would have gotten to first base. That ball was all the way back at the backstop.
Shabbat looks to head into commercial real estate in Boise after his playing days come to an end. Shabbat fouls this one back to the left of the Saints dugout. Count at 1-2.
I've got nothing witty to say about commercial real estate. That's over my head.
Ah. The 1-2 to Shabbat and the strikeout. Second of the day for Western Oregon. St. Martin's able to score 2 runs based off of 2 hits, no errors. In bottom half of the 5th, 1 left on. Saints with a 10-1 lead. Back after this on the Saints Digital Network. Tyler Muller leads off to start the sixth inning for Western Oregon. A 10-1 game. What has been, by Western Oregon standards, a down year. Line drive into right, in for a hit. Muller digging for second. Stand-up double for Tyler Muller for Western Oregon.
Can't get it all back at once if you're the Wolves, so you got to chip away. Good start for Muller to try and set the table. They're going to need a big inning here as they're running low on outs.
For Tyler Muller, second double of the season. Couldn't ask for a better start. Here's a Robbie Shepard for Western Oregon. Pitch is in for a strike. So here's the 0-1. Throw to second. Muller quickly back there. Here's the 0-1.
I don't know why you even bring that up, Danny.
Line drive, snared alertly by Miyazaki. What a throw. What a play. Off the throw from Rylan Miyazaki for the out.
Great stop, great throw, and a great job by Nickel to keep his foot on the base at first. Beautiful defense there from the Saints.
What a play from Rylan Miyazaki. Brings on Ruben Cedillo. Cedillo out of play. The count at 0-1 for Ruben Cedillo. In a 10-1 game, here's the 0-1 to Cedillo. In the air to left. And caught. No. It was not caught. Outside of our camera vision and our angle, I do apologize. Again. Count at 0-2, though.
I can't even make fun of you, Danny. I couldn't see that one either.
You would make fun of me?
No, I just said I wouldn't.
Oh, okay. Appreciate you for that. Some people might say otherwise.
Not that anyone named Tyler Herger or anything like that.
Here's the 0-2. Cedillo sends one out of play. So here's the 0-2. Line drive. Shabbat walks one foul. The count remains 0-2 for Ruben Cedillo. They're going into the 11th over in Montana State Billings. Again, Western Oregon's playoff fate heavily hinges on this game. Need the number 2 team in the conference to come through with a win over Central. Swing and a miss and a strikeout.
I mean,
what a story.
Central win and a Western Oregon loss here, I think, wraps it up, doesn't it?
Central does clinch with that case. The strikeout, though, of Ruben Cedillo brings on Kanan Kaku.
We've been talking a lot about how well the Saints have been hitting, but Blaze Wong has been really good on the mound here in this ball game.
Beg your pardon, Trey Nelson pinch inning. For Western Oregon. With 2 outs. Fouled back by Nelson. Again, at second is Tyler Moeller.
Saw Nelson in the first game of the day. Went 1 for 4 with an RBI single.
The 0-1 skipped in the dirt. And to third, safely goes Moeller. So Tyler Moeller, 90 feet away from scoring.
Tom had a tough time finding that one. Almost could have been a 2-base wild pitch from Moeller. But good communication from the Saints dugout to help Tom find it.
St. Martin's nursing a 10-1 lead. The 1-1. Nelson, ground ball, thrown by Gibson for the out. Blaze Wong has pitched well for St. Martin's up to this stage in a 10-1 lead as we head to the bottom of the 6th. Saints up 10-1 on the Saints Digital Network. We start the bottom of the 6th here in Lacey. St. Martin's with a 10-1 lead. Danny Bach alongside Matthew King, with St. Martin's hoping to kick off senior weekend, you could say. Not on the weekend.
Yeah, but I'd still call
Do you
it the
call
weekend.
it the weekend?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Sure, we'll call it senior weekend. First pitch on the way towards St. Martin's Kelton Tom in for ball 1.
Pre-weekend, maybe?
Pre-weekend? Hey, we'll make up our mind on that regard. As Kelton Tom is hit. New pitcher for Western Oregon, Chris Jones. So the hit by pitch starts off the bottom half of the 6th, brings on Cade Gibson.
4th hit batter for the Saints in this one.
They're in the bottom of the 11th over in Billings, still 4-4. What a standoff that has turned out to be. Game that was delayed because it was too hot. Pitch from Jones, fouled back.
Gibson is so aggressive at the plate. He's ready to swing every at-bat. You gotta like his approach.
He is full throttle at every at-bat. Keeps things entertaining, does Gibson. This time, he takes the ball.
Chris Jones trying to keep this one right where it's at.
Count at 1-1. Should this result hold up and Central defeat Montana State Billings, Western Oregon be eliminated from playoff contention. Fouled back on the part of Gibson. So the count at 1-2. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Gibson. He stays alive. Good battle in order to stay in it. Western Oregon playoff hopes practically hinging on a game. It's in a different time zone. Gibson takes another ball from Jones, bring the count at 2-2.
Bottom third of the order was due up for the Saints coming into this half inning. Already one man on, looking to get another.
Gibson strikes out. Brings on for the Saints, Rylan Miyazaki. Always is an emotional time across senior week. A 10-1 lead for the home side. Fouled back by Miyazaki. All this with one out. Here in the bottom half of the sixth.
Miyazaki, he made an unbelievable play here in the top half of the inning at shortstop.
Fouls one out of play. And quickly the count at 0-2 for Chris Jones. So here's the 0-2 to Miyazaki. Sailed on Jones. Still ahead of the count, 1-2. They are going 12 innings in Billings. Marathon game only continues out in Montana. Ground ball. Throw for the out and the double play. And closes out the sixth. Western Oregon hoping, see what they can do. Their backs against the wall in the seventh. Back in a moment on the Saints Digital Network. We start top half of the 7th. Pinch hitting for Western Oregon. Randy Stoltz had the walk-off hit against Montana State Billings. It is lone at bat against the Jackets. Stoltz fouls back the first pitch that he sees. How's that for production, though, for Randy Stoltz? Only at bat, walk-off hit against MSUB.
And he's from Montana. So how about that?
Better yet, pitch low. Bring the count even at 1 ball and 1 strike.
From Big Fork, to be specific.
Here is the 1-1.
That walk-off, Danny, was it on the road or was it at home for Western Oregon?
It was at home.
Oh, yeah, a walk-off, duh.
It was at home.
Yep. You're right.
Why would...
You're
never
right.
mind. The 1-2 skips in the dirt. Run the count to 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Oh, that's my bad. That's my Dannyism for the day.
Thanks a lot. Count at 2-2. And Stoltz checks his swing. Good eye, full count. Blaze Wong has pitched well up to this stage. The 2-2. Beg your pardon, 3-2 and a walk. So the walk, good battle for Stoltz. Which puts him aboard. Brings on Zane Garvey.
Garvey reached on air, singled, and then was hit by a pitch.
Garvey fouls back the first offering he sees. So for Blaze Wong, had a 7-inning occasion against MSUB. Strike is dealt by Wong, and the count goes to 0-2 against the freshman Zane Garvey. The 0-2. Outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes. So here's the 1-2. Foul tip. So again, the count 1-2 for Zane Garvey. Senior day for St. Martin's tomorrow. The ceremony will take place between the 2 games, skipped in the dirt. And Stoltz, the wild pitch.
Well, it hit him.
Oh, it hit him. Runners on second and first then. Second time Garvey's been hit by a pitch.
I have a meeting on the mound to try and calm down Wong.
Looking for his first win this season. So with the mountain visit, patiently waiting Owen Bischoff. One in a 10-1 game. But what have you liked out of St. Martin's today? Matthew King alongside.
I liked how they've really limited the walks and they've played clean defense. That was the thing that jumped out for me when looking at the numbers, is the errors way too high. They've played really good defense today. At the plate, they have made the most of their opportunities, especially here in Game 2, stacking up hits. They haven't changed their approach, even though that first game against Devin Bell was tough. They came out aggressive again, and they really jumped on the Wolves pitching here in Game 2. So I really like that game plan and how they didn't go outside of what they've been doing all year.
ball dealt, and good mound visit, you could say. Settle Blaze Wong looking for what would be a complete game victory. A 1-0 to Owen Bischoff. Low for a ball. 2-0 the count. With 2 runners on for Western Oregon. Strike dealt by Blaze Wong. Two and one the count. Western Oregon deep in the air to left. Isaac Hogue is able to make the catch for out number 1. Which brings on Colin Irwin.
Irwin been on a couple of times, a walk and a single, his 1 for 2 day.
And we'll detail more tomorrow. 10-1 game, still in the top of the 12th over in Billings. 4-4 deadlock. Wong's delivery. 4-1. So here's the 1-0. And outside of the zone again, 2-0 the count. Wong with his eyes set on the finish line. And it hit him. Second hit by pitch thrown in the inning for Wong. Bases are loaded with 1 out here. Brings on John Olson. With 1 out. Bottom of the 7th. Strike dealt to Olson. Brings the count to 0-1. Line drive and a base hit. 1 run will score for Western Oregon. That is Stoltz. An RBI single for John Olson. Brings on for Western Oregon, Tyler Mueller. Makes it a 10-2 game, and head coach Joey Swanson heads on. What a performance from Blaze Wong, though. He has done all he could to keep Western Oregon at bay. And a warm reception from the Lacey faithful for Blaze Wong. Bases are loaded with 1 out. Back after this on the Saints Digital Network. Rage Velez heads to the mound. One that has not seen a whole lot of traffic in game number 2. Off quite the showing from Blaze Wong today, in line for a result. Bases loaded, however. First pitch in for a strike on Tyler Muller. Velez hopes to put on the final touches. Velez deals, swing and a miss from Muller. 0-2 the count. Robbie Shepard on deck. Again, bases loaded and 1 out for Western Oregon. The 0-2 in the air to left. There is Hogue to make the catch. Throw to the plate. Won't be in time. Runners advance to third and second off the sac fly. It makes it a 10-3 game. Which brings on Robbie Shepard, with Western Oregon down to their last out. Velez, the windup. Skipped off of Tom's glove. Another run scores in Colin Irwin. And it's a 10-4 game. So Irwin scores. Olsen heads to third. But Western Oregon not only running out of outs, they head towards the bottom of their order in a 10-4 game. The 1-0. Velez to Shepard. In for a strike. The 1-1. Check swing. Didn't go. 2-1 the count. The 2-1. Another wild pitch. This time brings in Olsen, and it's a 10-5 game.
Good news for Velez now. There's no more traffic. You can just dial in, focus on the batter.
The 3-1. A walk. Now there is. Robbie Shepard is aboard. So Shepard at first. Brings on Ruben Cedillo.
Cedillo 1 for 3 in this game with a double.
Rage Velez fires. Outside for ball 1. The 1-0. In for a strike from Velez, and the count heads to 1-1. and 1 to Cedillo. Cedillo with a ground ball, and Western Oregon is down to their final strike. Rage Velez with hopes to put on the final touches. The 1-2. Trapped in the dirt. Shepard does not go. Count heads to 2-2.
Tom still working hard behind the dish. Getting the Saints just.
2 balls and 2 strikes for Ruben Cedillo. Rage Velez. Winds and deals. Hit him. Third batter hit in this inning.
Played in the inning 2 for the Wolves.
That is Trey Nelson. First pitch to Nelson sails.
I was going to call timeout. They want to talk to Velez, try and settle him in.
Only 1 out needed. Gives us time. They're going 13 innings over in Billings in a 4-4 game. Talk about a long day of baseball over. Talk about a long day of baseball over in Montana.
They still got another game to go, so it's they might be able to finish this game up and then go catch the tail end of that one.
Well, they still have work to do. 2-0, the count to Trey Nelson. Much needed strike from Rage Velez. Two and one to